coming to my practice tonight.
South Jersey's official play-by-play home of the Eagles, Sixers, and Flyers.
At 0 point would I ever consider not being a fan of the team.
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey.
Live, we're at the Sliders Bar at Urie's in Wildwood. A Phillies day game about to start in about 15 minutes, so stop on out if you're looking for a place to watch the Phillies game today. They got great Phillies day game baseball specials. We'll tell you more about them throughout the course of the day, but Phillies start in about 15 minutes. This is a true Phillies day game watch party. You know, sometimes they get that noon start or a 1 o'clock start or a 3 o'clock start. We're getting a 2:15 start, so we'll have the game on pretty much throughout the course of the whole show today. So come on out. And if you check out our preview video over on the 97.3 ESPN Instagram. This was like one of our last shows at Urie's for the summer, so I got to make sure I walk out with a T-shirt today. And I need people's help on which T-shirt I should buy. There's a few of them all over on the 97.3 ESPN IG account, so check that out as well. I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Henning producing today's show. Pete G is my on-site producer. We've got Bossy Gina here today.
Bossy Gina
is on social media today, so good to have her back. I thought she, retired.
Yeah, no.
I haven't seen her in a while.
She shows up from, time to time.
But Bossy Gina is back. All right, let's talk about the game last night. An abomination offensively. They had, 4 hits in the game last night, 4 singles, and bases loaded.
4 singles, and not one of them was from singles hitter Luis Urie.
Exactly. How about that? Bases loaded, nobody out. They can't score. I mean, Urie, he hits one right at the first baseman. It's the old 2-3-2 double play, and that's really the only, it's the only pressure they put on last night. You get a wasted game from Christopher Sanchez, who pitched great last night. You get a wasted effort from him. And it's just another night where you're like, this team's just not good enough. I mean, I hate when you're like, you come in and you realize the realization comes in that your team is just not good enough. And I think that's what we're getting at here. I'm not ready to say I'm putting the nail in the coffin on this season because, listen, it's baseball. Teams go up, teams go down, teams go left, teams go right. This team has it in them to play better baseball. We all know that. We've seen it earlier this year when they fired the manager, got on a little bit of a hot streak, got themselves back. They saved their season, essentially. But they saved their season, and you wonder if it's like a basketball game where you're down by 25 and you use so much energy to get back into that game that you just come up short because you just ran out of energy trying to get back into the game. You can't get over that hump of 6 points. You're down 25. You get all the way back within 6, but you can't quite get over that hump. And it feels like the Phillies are at that point right now where they just can't get over that hump. They got within 2.5 games of the Braves, but they can't get any closer, and now they find themselves further and further back. After the game last night, if you take a look at the standings now, I mean, that's one of the things that they talked about after the game last night, which was the standings might look a whole heck of a lot different after this game is over because some teams are on the West Coast and stuff. The Phillies are 8.5 back in the National League. I think if we all given up on the NL?
Yeah.
There was a time, I think, that many people, when they were 2.5 back at the All-Star break, remember they got to 2.5 back? We were wondering if they get to 4.5 back by the All-Star break. And they didn't get there. They got to 2.5. They actually got closer than 4.5.
And Atlanta hasn't been lighting the world on fire since the All-Star break. I mean, they've kind of been, fine, whatever, but they haven't been running away with it. It's just the Phillies can't put together 4 or 5 wins in a row to close that gap.
Well, Phillies right now are in the second wild card spot after last night. There's a 3-way tie between Philadelphia, Arizona, and San Diego. They all are tied at 64 and 57. Talk about mediocrity getting into the playoffs right now. That is the poster child. And the Cubs are now 6.5 games up on the Phillies for the first wild card. So right now, your options are you're going to Chicago to play the Cubs, or you are the worst wild card team, and you would have to play either the Braves, Dodgers, or Brewers. And right now, the Braves and Dodgers keep kind of flipping back and forth depending on the day. Right now, it would be, well, they're exactly tied. I don't know who has the edge between those teams right now. I'll tell you in a second, but those two teams are tied for the top spots for the worst division team. So that's where you are after last night. By the way, the Braves are technically ahead of the Dodgers. So you would play currently, if the season ended and you were the worst wild card team, you would play the Dodgers in the wild card round. How about that? Can you imagine having to face the Dodgers in the wild card round?
Yeah.
Mike McGarry, Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com, joins us at the bottom of the hour. We got a busy show today. Football with John McMullen, 3 o'clock. Johnny Mac is back.
Oh, Eagles have a little off day today, right? Before practice walkthrough tomorrow, and then game on Saturday.
Game
right?
on Saturday.
They have off today, yeah.
Finally back on the field, but a lot of stuff happening. I want to get into Jonathan Grenard, Johnny Mac about that. A couple other things about the Eagles that are kind of on my mind. We'll get into that as well. But I do want to get into the game last night a little closer because, the game last night, you have the one inning. You have bases loaded, nobody out. But the fact is that it's not like Palante is some Cy Young Award winner, and he shut you down all night last night. The Phillies just cannot get any offense going. It's just another example of why every night it's something different as to why you can't trust them, right? Every night something happens. It's the bullpen one night that implodes. It's your back end of the rotation that doesn't get the job done. Now, last night your starting pitching's outstanding, but the Phillies are shut out for the 10th time this season last night.
Last night was a 3-2-3 double play with the bases loaded, down 1.
No, it's just like, how does that happen? Now, Palante, by the way, has been pretty good. I mean, over his last 4 starts, he had a 1.09 ERA. So he has been pretty solid. But again, he's not a Cy Young candidate that should have you shut down. And then the guy comes in a game again. The night before, he walked guys all over the place. The left-handed guy out of the pen, Ferguson.
Yeah.
And then last night, they bring him back again. And he walks guys over the bases loaded to where they have to bring in a right-handed pitcher to face Urie again. And Urie, listen, he hits one on right at the first baseman. But after the game was over, when things got kind of interesting, the game last night is what it is. Team doesn't score. We're used to that. We are used to all that. By the way, Alex McFarland comes into the game last night, and he gives up the first run of the game. But I would say overall, I like what I saw from McFarland. You could see his stuff. You can see the fastball is electric. You can see that he does have good stuff. Now, he walks the first guy. That's the big no-no, right? You can't walk the first guy. And that guy comes around to score. But ultimately, I think that McFarland shows that he could have a role in this bullpen.
Right. He should not see Lehigh Valley again this season.
I would probably say his time in the minors is probably done. But he gives up the first run last night. It's down 1-0, but you can't score, and then they give up another run later on in the game. But the question is, why is McFarland in the game in that spot? Right? Now, did anybody out there wonder why Christopher Sanchez was not in the game? 89 pitches.
Yeah.
How many people were saying, what are they doing? Now, after the game,
Me.
Don Mattingly was asked about why he took Sanchez out of the game. This is what the manager said.
Well, I didn't want to pull Christopher to start with, but checking on him after the inning, and he was done. So I don't know what it is. I know the pitch count was still okay at times. We've seen him back out like that, but tonight he was done.
So Mattingly said, I didn't want to take him out, but he was done. Okay?
Okay, so can we break that down a little bit here?
Go ahead.
Is he protecting Sanchez
from
with those
what?
Comments? From saying that he pulled himself out of the game.
Well, he knows that Sanchez is going to speak and has a chance to answer.
Did he expect – now we're going to play that clip, but did he expect Sanchez to more or less throw him under the bus with his comments?
Okay, well, you can ask that question because it's fair. But did he speak to Sanchez beforehand? Like, did he say, hey, Christopher, let's get on the same page here? Or did he just blindly say, hey, listen, I didn't want to take Christopher out of the game, but he had nothing left?
He didn't specifically say that Sanchez – he kind of made it vague, right? He kind of didn't answer the question.
I think the way that he was trying to say it was almost as if
Sanchez asked to come out of the game.
Essentially made it clear that he was done.
He didn't want to say that, but that's what.
What do the people think out there? 609-403-0973. Did you guys was the implication
I
from
think he was
Mattingly
protecting
was
Sanchez.
the implication from Mattingly that Sanchez essentially said, I got nothing left?
Yes.
Josh, did you get from Mattingly that he was making it seem like that Sanchez was done?
I mean, I took it as Mattingly said, basically, hey, I take it literally what he said. He says, hey, we want to keep him in the game, but I spoke to him and it seemed like he was out of gas. That's how I took it.
Okay. So then he said that. That's what Mattingly said. Hey, I never want to take him out of the game, but he was cooked. He had nothing left. So he's essentially saying the guy was done. He had nothing left to give last night. 89 pitches. It was hot. Like if he would have said, listen, I know it's 89 pitches. I know he's gone longer than that in the past, but guys, it was hot out there last night, and he just seemed like he was laboring. Now, he hadn't given up a run yet. Did he seem to anybody watching that game that Sanchez was starting to fatigue?
Not in in past starts. Some of his past starts, he's looked like he is laboring with some of the walks.
So nobody looked at him last night and said, I wonder if they're going to take him out of the game.
I was
not
surprised.
At 89 pitches, and not when you see Zach Wheeler going 116 4 days ago.
Right.
So Textboard says definitely seemed as though Sanchez took himself out. Now, are you saying that it definitely seemed like Mattingly was implying that Sanchez took himself out? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a
And
difference.
I think he was trying to not say that verbatim. I think he was trying to be a little vague on it, but we can read between the lines.
Yep.
And jump to conclusion.
Well, let's real quick. Let's go to the 6th inning and just kind of rehash it real fast. Sanchez strikes out the first hitter, gets a ground ball back to the mound, and a ground ball to third. 1, 2, 3 inning.
How many pitches? 15?
In that inning, he threw 4, 10, 15 pitches.
Okay.
So 15 pitches gets him to 89. And that is when he is removed from the game and McFarland comes into the game. So
now, we could talk about that being a bad spot for McFarland.
I have no problem using McFarland as the first guy in that spot because I have been saying, who else you putting in the game in that spot?
Yeah, I mean, you don't know who's available, who's not
So
available.
I'm okay if McFarland is here. I want to see him in higher pressure situations because you need to find out whether or not you can find a guy that can pitch in higher leverage situations. So I'm okay with him being the first guy, but the question is, should he have been in that spot? So how many people out there listen to Don Mattingly say, yeah, he seemingly said he was done, so I took him out. Now, here is what Christopher Sanchez, through his interpreter Diego, had to say last night when he was asked about whether or not he asked to come out of the game last night.
You know, the type of pitcher that I am, I'll never say that I'm out of gas or that I don't have any more pitches with it. But, he's the manager, and we made a joint decision. We discussed it. And, in the end, those things I can control, so he made the decision, and he's the one in charge to make those kind of decisions. So I'll disrespect that.
I think it's pretty clear that Sanchez felt that he could keep going. He would never ask out of the game, and that he's the manager. He makes the decision. I'm not going to fight with him.
Yeah.
So did Don Mattingly pull the pitcher out of the game because, 1, he thought it was the right time? 2, he thought that Sanchez insinuated that he wanted to come out of the game? I don't even have a 3, I don't think.
He didn't want his pitcher to look like he asked to come out of the game. So in that press conference, he was very vague about it, Mattingly.
I don't know that Mattingly was very vague about it, though. Play Mattingly again.
Yep.
He said
he's pretty clear.
Well, I didn't want to pull Christopher to start with, but checking on him after the inning, and he was done. So I don't know what he wanted to do. I know the pitch count was still okay at times. We've seen him back out like that, but tonight he was done.
He said it twice.
He was done. But how he said it.
He said, I went to check on him, and it was clear he was done.
What does that mean? That's the vague part that I'm getting at. What does that mean? When
So whose side are we on here? Sanchez, who says I would never ask to come out of the game, or Mattingly, who said, yeah, he was done?
I don't know what that means when he says he was done.
Seriously.
Unless Sanchez told him himself.
Unless Sanchez legitimately, when Mattingly said, I went after the inning to go check on him. Now, number one, he had a 1-2-3 inning. So, yes, you always check on, hey, you okay? Your arm all right? Are you tired? Always, every inning, you're always checking. Always, 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 always. Okay, after the 1-2-3 inning, hey, Christopher, everything good? You okay? Am I supposed to believe that Sanchez said, no, Skip, I'm done?
I doubt that. Especially considering the guy doesn't speak English. So it's like, you got to walk over there. You got to talk to the.
He speaks fine English. I think that a lot of these guys just.
Oh, you think it's Fugazi?
No, I think a lot of times they don't want to speak English in the press conferences because they don't want to mess up.
Oh, okay.
I mean, they speak enough. I mean, hey, are you okay? I mean, he can say yes and no. Yes, I'm fine. He speaks that much English. I mean, come on, he's been over here for how long?
Okay, well, so still.
I think in the press conferences after some of these games, I feel like a lot of these guys feel more comfortable speaking their first language because they don't want to say something that messes up, like, you know, they don't want to get a tense wrong or something. So that's why a lot of these guys use the translator in that in the post game situations because they don't want to say something that's going to get them in trouble.
And last night, Sanchez did not want to admit that he probably asked.
No, because they asked him the question twice. Do we have the second follow up?
I don't have the second follow up right now. But
they asked the question. So somebody asked him the question. We played that. Then somebody else asked another question. And then somebody asked a follow-up, like, so you didn't ask to come out of the game? And he was like, no.
Yeah, something smells fishy.
I'll tell you what smells fishy. The fact that he was at 89 pitches and they took him out of the game last night with a 0-0 score after he had a 1-2-3 inning. I could understand if he was in a little bit of trouble and he's wiggling his way out. Like, hey, he walked the guy. There's a hard hit double, and it's first and third with one out, and he's got to get himself out of the inning. None of that occurred. He had a strikeout, a ground ball.
And if you're a starting pitcher of his caliber, Cy Young nominee, whatever, you don't ask to come out of a game. That's just, you don't do that as a starting pitcher.
Mike, when you say it's fishy, is it fishy in terms of, like, do you feel like they're trying to cover up for maybe a nagging injury, or do you think it's fishy because Mattingly is saying something that didn't happen?
I don't think there's an injury issue here. I think maybe somebody would have asked him that last night. Hey, is everything okay? Is there an injury situation?
Well, they did ask him about, did the heat, was the heat a problem? Was the humidity an issue? Was he tired? And he basically came out, he's like, nobody cares if I'm tired or not. I got to go out there and pitch anyway.
He did throw that one. That was the one sign that you were like, okay, maybe he doesn't want to say, yes, I asked out. So that's the question. Who do you believe more here? The pitcher who doesn't want to say, yes, I asked out of the game, right? He doesn't want to say that.
Yeah. Right.
Or the manager who's insinuating that he asked out of the game, and then the pitcher says, I would never ask out of the game. Well, so who do we believe more here? Because the pitcher would be more inclined to say, no, I would not ever ask out of a game.
Well, one of the texts that came in at 609-403-0973 on the Waiters RV text board, UPS Jeff says, I think it was planned before the game. He was only going to go 6 no matter what.
See, that is another insinuation that we would talk a lot about during the Rob Thompson era, that they were very highly front office oriented. We haven't seen that as much with Mattingly, I don't think. I don't think Mattingly has been as tied to the book and analytics as Thompson was.
Because he's Don freaking Mattingly. That's why.
Number one, he's Don Mattingly, and his son is also his boss. So I do think that there could be some more wiggle room to say, listen, guys, I'm going to manage the team, but I want to do it a little bit more my way because the other way got the guy fired. But the text message last night was the first time since Mattingly has been the manager that I wondered if this was predetermined that he was only going to have 90 pitches last night.
I mean, the bullpen is so taxed. Like, you had to put in a rookie last night, after you pulled Sanchez at 89 pitches.
Again, I don't have a problem going to McFarland there. I'm glad that's who they went to. But
it
your
shows
point is
you
taken.
the state of the bullpen.
No, you're right. Your point is taken that the bullpen is so taxed that they went to a kid who's essentially making his major league debut. He pitched one other game about a month ago, and now you're saying it's a 0-0 game. Come in here and keep it here after our ace just threw blanks. I like the fact that he had been the guy in the 8th inning instead of the 7th last night. By the way, the Phillies lineup today, it is brought to you by Chachi's 13th Floor at Rafici's, now open. Book your fantasy football draft at Rafici's. Above Villa Rafici's in Absecon is Chachi's 13th Floor for just $20 a person. Your draft package, you get great food, cold beer. Chachi's 13th Floor. It's your chance to win a $100 gift card. Text your name and where you're from. And if the Phillies scored exactly 13 runs in the game today, we will announce the winner at the end of the show. If the Phillies do not score 13 runs in today's game, you are entered for a $25 gift card that will be announced on Friday's show. Schwarber, Turner, Harper, Arise, Stott, Marsh, Real Muto, Bohm, and Crawford. That is your Phillies lineup tonight. Brought to you by Chachi's 13th Floor above Villa Rafici's on the White Horse Pike in Absecon. 609-403-0973. Text your name and where you're from, and you can win a $100 gift card to Villa Rafici's. All right, so I'm looking at this whole situation, and I'm wondering if Mattingly, he answers the question as if I never want to take him out, but he basically said, I'm done.
Yeah.
Had nothing left to give.
And he's trying to protect Sanchez.
But then the player says, I never want to come out of the game. And basically, now the one thing that Sanchez said that maybe could be something is he said we made a joint decision.
Yeah, let's
what
play.
What did you guys read into that?
I was saying, let's play it again so people can hear who maybe didn't hear the full answer from, through the interpreter from Sanchez.
You know, the type of pitcher that I am, I'll never say that I'm out of gas or that I don't have any more pitches with it. But he's the manager, and we made a joint decision. We discussed it, and in the end, those things I can control. So he made the decision, and he's the one in charge to make those kind of decisions. So I'll just respect that.
We made a joint decision. That's what he said.
Now you can break that down and ask who caved first, right? I mean, who pushed? Did Sanchez push to stay in, or did he cave easily?
Right. Like,
does Mattingly have the authority in that situation?
Like, for example, I know
there's a lot of layers to that.
It's not an apples to apples comparison, but Mike, you got a baseball team. You may have a kid. You look at him and you're like, "You doing okay?" And he's like, "Yeah, I'm fine, coach." And you might say, "You don't look fine. You sure you're okay?" And is it maybe one of those conversations?
I really look at this situation and say, like, they made a joint decision. I don't think there's no part of me that thinks Sanchez asked out of the game last night.
Absolutely
0%.
not.
No part. And I think Mattingly either A, it was predetermined before the game that it was hot out. He's only going 90 pitches tonight. You get 90 pitches, that's what you get. Like, this is the first time in the Mattingly era that I feel like this was a predetermined situation
right,
that stood out and just said it was a joint decision. Like Mattingly saying, listen, they're telling me you got 90 pitches tonight. You're at 89. That's it for you. I'm sorry.
Well, then in that case, they punted a game. I mean, they basically said, okay, if we lose this game, 1-0, 2-0.
Well, 0-0. That whole situation, a little head scratching. It's amazing to me the amount of people who already think that Don Mattingly is doing a terrible job. They want him fired. And again, I'm not blaming Mattingly in any of these situations. If he pulled the plug last night, I don't like the decision. Did he make a mistake? Yeah, sure. I don't think it's all on him. I definitely think that there was probably more there, but Mattingly, it's amazing. I saw a thing last night. The guy, did you see this? This is pretty funny. He ranked the Phillies managers that he has had in his lifetime. And where's that list of the managers?
We can name them all. I mean, Charlie Manuel.
He says, ranking every manager since I became a Phillies fan. Charlie Manuel, 1, Rob Thompson 2, Pete McCannon 3, Gabe Kapler 4, Joe Girardi 5, Ryan Sandberg 6, Todd Mattingly 7. I mean, Mattingly went from the most popular guy in town to people think that he's an absolute buffoon. I saw people messaging last night saying, I didn't think anybody could be actually worse or dumber than Rob Thompson. But alas, we're watching Don Mattingly manage a baseball team.
Mattingly has managed a lot of teams in his
And
day.
none of them he said he's done a very good job with.
No, none of he's had no success. So,
Well, there were people out there telling me that it was a noticeable difference how much better that he was than Thompson. And I said, I don't know what you're watching, buddy, but I'll take your word for it. All right, Sports Bash Live today. We're at Urie's Sliders Bar, and we got the game on in here. We got a bunch of here. Got the Little League World Series stuff going on. We got the Phillies game going on. Got the Sliders Bar venue, and I got to pick out a T-shirt here. Big Dan, I'm getting a T-shirt today. What's the best one? What's the T-shirt? Go on our social media and pick it for us. We
I
got it
got
up right
crabs
now.
at Urie's.
That's the one?
That's what I'm going with.
Ooh, a little itchy, a little itchy. All right, we'll be back with more Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, welcome back. 232 Sports Pass Live, 97.3 ESPN. Phil's Day Game Watch Party where Urie's in Wildwood. How about Jay Wright? See this? Former Villanova head coach Jay Wright. He's getting involved in the Joel Embiid.
Jersey Shore this summer.
There was a new picture of Joel posted like yesterday, and Joel says, wow. Jay Wright says, wow, Joel looks good. He's fallen into the trap. No, Joel, look at him. He looks like a beanpole.
Falling into the Ben Simmons shooting jumpers.
See the Ben Simmons jumper today?
It's the 10-year anniversary.
No, he took a shot today with the Australian team.
Yeah.
Ben's going to be back, baby. All right, Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City, PressOfAC.com. I want to get Mike's read of what happened last night between Mattingly and that whole situation. Sanchez, he says he was cooked. Sanchez says, I would never ask out of the game. Mike, is this the beginning of a head-scratching moment for the Phillies that we might look back on and say, who's on first and what's on second?
I don't really think so, Mike. I think Mattingly was trying to explain why he pulled Sanchez out of the game with only 89 pitches. Apparently, from all reports, it was very, very hot last night in St. Louis, very humid as it tends to be this time of year. And Mattingly didn't want to exactly tell the reporters that Sanchez had said that his tank was empty and he couldn't go on. And Sanchez didn't want to sort of tell the reporters that, he told Mattingly that he was kind of done. So they both kind of danced around the topic inartfully, but I don't think it's the beginning of a big problem. I think Mattingly and Sanchez had a conversation. I think Sanchez said, I'm exhausted. The heat got to him. And I think but nobody wanted to come out and say that. Mattingly trying to protect the player and Sanchez trying to protect himself after the game.
All right. So 89 pitches. He has a 1-2-3 inning and he says, Skip, I'm done. I got nothing left in the tank. They go to Alex McFarland. I don't have a problem with them going to him there. I actually want to see him pitch in some higher profile, higher situations because they got nobody else. So I got to find out whether this kid can help. Did you like that move last night?
Yeah, I agree with you, Mike. I mean, he throws the ball 100 miles an hour, and the alternatives aren't great. Now, he was probably still trying to stay away from certain guys in the bullpen last night, but this guy can throw 100 miles per hour. I hear a lot of Phillies fans reaching out to me, talking about what he did in the minors. Let's find out if this guy's a possible answer. They put him in the game in the seventh inning. It's not like they put him in the ninth inning with a 1-run lead. They put him in the seventh inning. He just happens to walk the leadoff guy, which is, just you can't do that in that situation. Then he doesn't hold the guy on. The guy steals second. He almost gets out of it, gives up the 2-out hit. But I agree with you. Let's find out. The guy throws 100 miles an hour. The old baseball saying, it doesn't matter how hard you throw balls for, but he throws 100 miles an hour. Let's find out if this guy can be a contributor going forward. And the only way to find that out is to put him in games. And, he gave up a run last night, but he was not the reason they lost the game last night.
No, I agree. I mean, you're right, though. He can't walk the leadoff guy. But I like what I saw. Looks like he's got a live arm, throws hard, good location, happened to walk a guy. We'll see if but I think they need to find out whether he could be a guy that could pitch 7th, 8th inning because you obviously have Duran. Bolin, I think they got to find another guy. I'm okay if it's him because, Mike, as we saw the other night, I mean, you had a game where they had to have Rangel 2 2/3, and they had nobody available to throw in that game. That was another weird situation. Did you find that to be odd that they called up Chase Sugar, and apparently he wasn't available to even throw in the game to where I don't know if Mattingly was kidding or not, but he said the next guy in the extra innings was going to be Garrett Stubbs.
No, I don't think he was kidding, basically. I think their bullpen had been so burnt out. Now, if you want to argue that some of Mattingly's bullpen decisions had put them in a position where their bullpen guys were exhausted, maybe I could buy that argument. But I also think just as much a compelling argument is that their starters had not gone deep into games, and that had put them in a little bit of a hole. And some of their bullpen guys had not gotten the job done. So in some innings, they had to go to 2 guys in an inning where by design, 1 guy would have done it. And if anybody out there thinks that Don Mattingly just came up with that plan on his own in the dugout Monday night at about 7 o'clock, they're crazy. That was an organizational decision. Believe me, Dave Dombrowski knew exactly what Don Mattingly was going to do in that game. So that was kind of an organizational thing. But I just, it just talks to just how much wear and tear this bullpen has taken on so far this season. And part of that is a big reason for that is his own poor performance.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they called up Rangel, and I think you're right. The plan was probably he's going to throw after Painter, which let's get into Painter because he threw a good game. He had a no-hitter going, but it was apparent that he was pretty much out of gas.
Yeah, I mean, and again, that's what he's going to be right now. He's going to be 5-6 innings. He's just not stretched out that long to go any further. But I think one of the encouraging things that kind of has happened here is now Painter. That's the second or third straight start in a row, right? You have the one in Baltimore, you have the one in home. He left with the hamstring injury, and you have the one the other night. That's 3 straight starts plus 2 good starts his last outings in AAA. So if you're looking for bright spots with the Phillies, and there's not that many of them right now, I think there's a real sense that things could be slipping away from this team. I mean, certainly Painter is a bright spot, going forward.
Mike, obviously you have the bullpen problems one night, and then last night the starting pitcher goes deep into the game, and you don't score. Luis Urie, any opine why he has struggled since his first couple games? It just says, hey, you're going to go through these streaks. He's never gone through a streak like this, and ironically, he comes here, and it's almost like there's an error by Bohm, by the way. There you go. So Bohm, boots one. We'll get to that in a second. But it's like Urie almost like he enters this clubhouse, and now he can't hit.
Yeah, I mean, it's sometimes you see this with guys that are acquired at the trade deadline. Are they putting too much pressure on themselves, being in a new environment, wanting to do well?
But he got off to a good start here.
Right, exactly. I was just about to say that. He got off to a good start, Mike. Last night, that situation, I mean, you can't have that. You can't have a guy walk the bases loaded and then you don't score in that inning. You've walked the first 3 guys. You got guys 4, 5, and 6 coming to the plate, and you don't score in that inning. And I don't think I've ever seen a 3-2-3 double play. And he hit into the 3-2-3 double play. My fear with Urie, and I'm going to reserve judgment right now. Maybe it's just a slump, but I'm going to throw this out there for people to ponder and think about it. There's a reason why Luis Urie has been on 3 or 4 baseball teams, and nobody has decided that they, signed this guy who is this, 3-time batting champion to a long-term contract. And maybe we're seeing why, he's been on 3 or 4 teams. I'm not going to make that judgment right now. I am, however, going to throw that out there.
All right. In the last 45 seconds, 2 questions have arisen based on, no pun intended, on what we're watching in this game right now. Bohm at first base, boots one. Are you done with Bohm? If they're going to hit him in the 8 hole, Mike, I said, if you're going to hit him 8th, just play Hill in right field and put Harper back at first base. Hill's a much better outfielder than Harper is, and Harper is a better first baseman than Bohm is. If he's going to hit 8th, there's no reason to have him in the lineup.
Yeah, I would agree, especially with Harper now, this knee injury. I'm starting to worry a little bit about that. You look last night, he's not really getting down the line fast after he hits the ball. So if Harper's knee is going to bother him in the outfield, I agree 100%. Put Hill in right field. Put De La Cruz out there sometimes, put Harper at first base, and put Bohm on the bench. There's no reason to shift your lineup around so much to accommodate a guy in Alec Bohm who is a negative WAR player. And like you said, batting 8th in the order. What are they losing with Bohm on the bench? If anything, it might improve their bench a little bit and give them an option pinch hitting wise. But I agree, especially if Harper's knee continues to act up. Put Harper on first base, put Hill, who seems to have a little magic this season in right field, and put Bohm on the bench.
Well, and I don't even tell you have to play Hill every day, Mike. If you want to rotate him and De La Cruz so they don't get overexposed, right. They're both better right fielders than Bohm is a first baseman, and they're both better right fielders than Harper is a right fielder. So you're better defensively, and you can't be any worse offensively this year. And Bohm, by the way, makes that error. He just boots one. The guy steals on the first pitch, which brings me to my next question. Looks like JT Realmuto's had some throwing issues here recently.
Yeah, I mean, it's ironically that he's had the throwing issues, but yet he's kind of hitting the ball as good as he's hit all season. I mean, that shot he hit last night after the Arise 3-2-3 double play, I thought was gone, and I think it would have been gone out of what I looked at Baseball Savant, maybe 20 of 30 parks in the big leagues. Yeah, I mean, look, JT is a guy. I don't want to say an aging guy, but he's old for a catcher, and the physical part of that catching job is going to wear you down. Still does a great job closing games or calling games and stuff like that. It's hit a little better, but you're right. His throwing has slipped a little bit this season.
Yep. We've seen that one. They went on the first pitch, throws high. Yesterday, I saw one, throws a little wide. So, yeah, JT, not the same guy behind the plate making those throws in recent weeks here. Mike, after the game today, Field of Dreams game. Apparently, they're going to stay in St. Louis after the game and then fly to Iowa. But what a cool, unique event that they get to be a part of here. But guess what? They need it. They need to get that game and start to pile up some wins here.
Yeah, I mean, because San Diego is playing very well, and they kind of revitalized themselves at the trade deadline, acquiring some key guys. Arizona has sort of played very well. Those are the teams that kind of have the momentum. The Phillies are going the opposite way. Mike, I don't know about you feel. It's a great game to watch on television. I can't wait to turn on, I guess, on Netflix tomorrow night to watch the game. But I just question, like, how much this takes out of a team in the middle of a pennant race. They're flying into Iowa in the morning. They're flying out after the game. They do have Friday off. But this is a team that just hosted the All-Star game. And when you go to these Field of Dreams games, these games in Williamsport, it's not like you just show up and play like you do at home or if the game is in Minnesota. There's a bunch of media things you got to do. You got to, meet people. You got to shake hands, kiss babies, this and that. And I think it's a little exhausting. So it's kind of interesting to me that the Phillies, at a spot where they're kind of sputtering and appear to be a little bit of a tired baseball team, after hosting the All-Star break, now they got to go to the Field of Dreams and go through the whole rigmarole there. I know all the players said they're looking forward to it. They can't wait. What else are they going to say? They're not going to tell you, I don't want to go to Iowa. What are you kidding me? We did the All-Star game. Why are we doing this? But I'll look to see, I want to see how they play coming out of this stretch right here. Because to me, they look like a tired baseball team. And this is another thing that's just going to make you more tired and it's not going to help you out. So it'll be interesting to see how they play, both in the Field of Dreams and how they play, how they look coming out of the game in Minnesota on the weekend.
Well, they're not staying in Iowa, I guess. No big-time hotels.
They're flying in and flying out, basically. Right.
Yeah. All right, Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City. We got opening night announced. Sixers, Knicks, banner. Is that the game that the NBA should have gone with?
Oh, absolutely, 110%. I mean, how do you not go with that game? The Knicks get their rings against a team that, is the, one of the favorites with one of the most famous basketball players of all time on it. To me, it was an absolutely no-brainer and could be the first of what is, maybe a lot of great contests next year between the Knicks and 76ers. I can't wait for that game right now. I can't wait to see the Knicks have their rings given to them, and I can't wait to see what the Sixers look like on that opening night. I only hope that the skinny Joel Embiid is healthy. I know he looks skinny now, but let's see how skinny he looks on opening night, basically.
By the way, what a play by Bryson Stott. He just made it third base. For the people who I tried telling, no problem with Stott playing third from me, he just made an unbelievable play to end that inning for the Phillies. They trail 1-0. Mike McGarry, yes, skinny Joel Embiid. Jay Wright even commented on how skinny he looked today. What do you believe in more, skinny Joel Embiid or Ben Simmons shooting jumpers in Australia?
That is a good question, Mike. I got to go skinny Joel Embiid because at least that's real. At least he's actually skinny. Ben Simmons, that comes under the
fool me once.
George W. Bush, fooled me once, won't get fooled again, something like that, right? Basically. So, yeah, I'm with the skinny Joe. I ride with the skinny Joel Embiid on that one, basically.
Yeah, Joel looking good. Jay Wright mentioned it as well. He said, whoa, Joel looks a lot skinnier than we have seen him. All right, Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. By the way, the Sixers had more games dropped today, NBA Cup games. Thanksgiving Eve, a 5 o'clock Sixer game against the Heat. They're also going to play the Knicks in the NBA Cup We'll tell you more about that a little bit later on. Mike, have a good rest of the week, man.
All right, we'll see you down the road, guys. Enjoy Wildwood. Thanks.
Yeah, we're down in Wildwood at Urie's right here at the Sliders Bar. Now, we know a lot of people looking, what are they going to do for dinner tonight? Get out here a little early and watch the end of the Phillies game. We got the bar all set up. We got the Sliders Bar specials. Where's the special menu? We got to order our stuff. We got to get going here. When we come back, it's the Golic Minute. Mike and Mike are back. Mike Golic Sr., Mike Golic Jr. We're reacting to the Golics next here on the Sports Bash from Urie's in Wildwood.
You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
Sloppy Joe got to be one of the more underrated sandwiches in the sandwich kingdom, right? Like when you think about the pub that it gets versus its utility and versus how often received, I feel Joes aren't getting their just due.
The thing about a sloppy Joe's, it just doesn't have to be a sandwich. You can just pile it on a plate and eat it. You can put one side of the bun down, pile it over the bun. You can eat it in different ways.
Other underrated foods, meatloaf. You can make a meatloaf sandwich. It can be the basis of it. It can stand on its own. Like ketchup involved, which I love. Feels like it's another one of those things, like a bit of Americana, but I always love and has never really let me down. All right, this one is controversial in a lot of circles. Where are you at on deviled eggs? Because the minute I see deviled eggs on a restaurant appetizer menu, I'm gunning for those things. What about candy corn? The quote that we got from Rachel, who's on the board with us today, is that candy corn is the jelly bean of the fall. And I've never heard anything so profound about a candy that welcome to the wrong side of history, Dad.
That's the Golic minute there. Underrated food. He went sloppy Joe. He threw a bunch of other things out there. But when I think about underrated food, all right, I'm going to one category. The pasta salad.
Okay.
I feel that the pasta salad is an underrated food, and it's in the family of coleslaw. Underrated.
Potato salad.
Potato salad. Way underrated.
Yeah.
You get a potato salad with a nice chopped celery in there. Oh, man. All of that family of like sides, when you go to like a place, when you go to like a good deli and they give you the option, what do you want as your side? Potato salad, macaroni salad, or coleslaw? Those three right there are in the underrated category.
Are you a fan of the sloppy Joe, the manwich?
Not a big sloppy Joe. Meatloaf I'm okay with. Sloppy Joe, meh.
Okay. It's quick. It is quick.
It's a quickie.
You can devour that thing.
Like hamburger helper. Tastes
Right.
just fine by itself, Clark. The Golics, weekday mornings 10 to noon right here on 97.3 ESPN.
Phillies did not score, by the way. They had two guys on,
Oh.
one out. And
Bomer got a hit.
Bomer got a hit. Crawford got on. Schwarber struck out. And Turner grounded out.
Top of the lineup, can't get the job done. But you know what can get the job done? A nice potato salad. It's an underrated food. The Golics tomorrow morning. That's the Golic Minute. When we come back, Johnny Mack talks Eagles, Birds with us right here. Urie's in Wildwood.
Sixers,
Oh, baby!
and Flyers.
He scored!
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey.
Just after 3, the Sports Bass live at Urie's in Wildwood. The Phillies day game watch party so far. Cardinals lead 1-0. Phillies left a couple guys on base, but great specials. The Sliders bar is open. We know that the dinner crowd will be coming in here soon, so make sure you get an early seat to watch the Phils as they are down 1-0, trying to get back in this one. 3 o'clock hour brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. 609-390-3907 online, broadlees.net. All right, we've been talking a lot of Phils in the first hour, turning our attention to the Birds.
Again,
John McMullen is here as we talk a little Eagles with him as they get ready for the game on Saturday against the Baltimore Ravens. And let's start with that, John. Vic Fangio says, you guys have been around here long enough. I got to imagine we don't see anybody really play in this game of substance.
Well, I think you're more likely to see some somewhat key defenders. Vic is more of a believer in getting people some live reps. So there might be a few meaningful defenders, some of the younger players that get a little bit of work. Offensively, you can make the argument that new offensive coordinator, young offensive coordinator, you could use some reps, but I can't imagine you're going to see the quarterback or the offensive line. And, it's like a catch-22. If you play the quarterback, you have to play the offensive line. If you play the offensive line, you almost have to play the quarterback. So I just think they're going to continue to be cautious. And I have come around to their side of the equation, the organization as a whole. What's the difference between a series or two and making sure everybody's healthy? I don't think you're still going to be working into, sharpening things into the regular season. I don't think a series or two is going to help you. I think that's kind of old school thinking, and the Eagles have turned the page on it, at least offensively.
Well, and I would ask the question, you're right. I agree with you. I don't need to see these guys playing, especially in this particular game. You're talking about the opener is not till September 13th. So playing a handful of series a month out, I don't see how that does any benefit for you. But should some of the offensive players get a chance to run this offense in live games, or does that not really matter either?
Well, I do think it matters. I think the live environment matters. Remember, they're going to get plenty of work next week in Foxborough against the Patriots, against an opponent. So that's where the offense is the starters are going to get their work, and they're not going to play in the second preseason game against the Patriots as well. But so you have that on the horizon. So you have to add that into it as well. But, the one part where you can't replicate and you do the best you can is live tackling to the ground. Like, it's that time of year. I forget what day it is, Mike. So we're Wednesday,
already?
So Tuesday. Yeah, I can. Everything blends together. Where you're at practice every day. Landon Dickerson was talking to you. It's just everything is Groundhog Day. But so, their 10th practice on Tuesday was a heavy run practice. And, they were in the pistol a ton. It's very reminiscent of how the Packers, which should be no surprise, do things with Jordan Love. And it looked pretty good. But, do you really know? Because there's no tackling. And that works both ways. I mean, Saquon might be able to break something that's blown dead. And you don't know if some of these longer runs are getting stopped at the the first sign of potential contact, and a linebacker might pull up or something because they don't want to hurt the most important player. So that part of it is valuable. Just the live reps, which pretty much don't exist anymore in practice. But is it valuable enough to risk getting people injured in the preseason? I would say no. And you have some sloppiness early in the regular season, but that's every team.
You're right about that. I mean, we know that a lot of teams. So that's why the Eagles aren't like the Trailblazers here. They're not the only one doing this where they're sitting everybody out. It almost seems though that Fangio would like to do it. Do you get that sense that he would like to play his players?
Yeah, Vic would. I mean, Vic would like to practice more. Yeah, he would like to play. Yeah, but I mean, he's been around for 40 years. So he was talking about the 2011 CBA yesterday. Every once in a while you get a change. And I'm like, I'm old too, because I constantly talk about the 2011 CBA. That was really the demarcation point of where everything was scaled back to where we are now and how it was before. He was talking about holdouts and talking about guys not getting reps and training camp, and now they're really holdouts have been replaced by hold-ins sometimes, but nobody holds out, rarely, because of the CBA. And he's talking about being callous to football. You need to be callous to take the hits and not get injuries. And, how do you do that if you're not? It's a physical, contact-driven game, and contact has been outlawed from practice. It doesn't make a lot of sense if you think about it from a logic standpoint.
Yeah. John, I want to get your takeaway on this whole Grenard thing. Is it something that you start to get a little worried about? That, yesterday Vic essentially said he's not going to be back here and it's going to be a while. Do you get the sense he's going to miss time, regular season games? And then he did talk about the callousness of not practicing. And, will he be behind in the verbiage and all that stuff? And this isn't a guy that's coming off of a year of impeccable health.
No, he's coming off a shoulder surgery. And I know that was part of his frustration when he got hurt again. He really wanted to be out there for training camp. But I don't worry as much about him or Devontae on the offense. I think as long as they're back with 10 days to 2 weeks before the opener, they'll be fine. Now, I'm more worried about the Mekhi Lemons of the world, who, younger players need reps and need to get – but these guys know how to play. They just know how to play. So, they'll pick it up fast. And, edge rusher more than most. It's a little bit different for Vic because he likes guys to drop into coverage more than most. So that part's will be a little bit new for him. But it's not like he does it a ton. And at the end of the day, the job of pass rushers to get the quarterback, and he does it well, and that's not going away. So I think he'll be fine as soon as he gets healthy. He might be a little bit limited. He plays a lot of snaps typically. And that snap count may be down from where it will be when he's completely not only healthy, but calloused up, as Vic said, and conditioned. By midseason, he'll be playing a lot of snaps if he doesn't get hurt again. So he might be on a bit of a pitch count early, but other than that, I don't worry about Jonathan Grenard too much.
Let's just play along here because I'm kind of with you. I'm not all that worried about him. What is Ebiketie, AJ Epinesa? Who are some of the guys that possibly would step in the event that Grenard's not ready to go or isn't on a full pitch count?
Yeah, they have more depth than they have in the past few years because of Ebiketie and Epinesa. So, I mean, you have big three, and that's Bernard and Hunt and Smith. And it seems like Gallagher is getting ahead of Nolan Smith, but we'll see how that shakes out. So that's 5 guys you have who can play and can give you solid snaps. Now you want, as I said, you want Grenard out there as much as possible, especially on high leverage downs. But they're far deeper than they have been in the last 2 years on the edge because of the signings of Ebiketie and Epinesa. So,
are those guys
Ebiketie?
Is Ebiketie and Epinesa a better depth than Uche and Ojulari were?
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, Uche did pretty well in limited reps last year, and I thought he deserved more, but for whatever reason, I just don't think he was Vic's type of player. Ojulari didn't do anything. He got hurt, barely played, so he didn't give you anything. And yeah, so these guys can both.
No, but Ojulari came in with at least, he was a second-round pick. He had some sort of track record. And you're like, oh, he's one of them guys that you're like, how he finds a guy who had some track record or had talent.
Yeah, a lot of people had high hopes for Ojulari. I think partially that was because they knew him from Georgia, they knew him from the Giants, more than proven performance. Like Epinesa has been a better player through his first 4 years than Ojulari was. But I don't think as many people recognize that because he wasn't in the division, things like that. And even Ebiketie had 2 6-sack years in Atlanta. So I think they're every bit and arguably more accomplished than Ojulari. I think people just recognized Ojulari. Big name trap, as is often the case.
All right, John. Obviously, the depth chart yesterday, we're not really paying attention much to that, but are there things at the back end of the roster that you're going to be starting to watch starting on Saturday night?
Yeah, most notably backup quarterbacks. That's interesting because I didn't think we'd be where we are with that. I mean, when the Eagles first acquired Andy Dalton, they kind of insisted that that had nothing to do with Tanner McKee. Well, seems to have something to do with Tanner McKee. And for whatever reason, he seems to have regressed. And Andy seems to be having a better camp, processes more quickly, which shouldn't be a surprise with all this experience. But for whatever reason, maybe confidence, maybe it affected him that they brought in somebody else. Tanner hasn't been as impressive. If you start to think about Cole Payton playing, right now they could probably get Cole Payton through waivers. But if he plays well in the preseason, they might not want to risk that. And if you don't want to risk that, you have to get rid of one of the two. I can't imagine, even though Howie said he would, that he's going to carry 4 quarterbacks. So that's number one, safety. Marcus Epps versus Michael Carter. I think Michael Carter's a better player, but, Vic seems to value his versatility. He plays safety. He's the backup slot. He's the dime back. And I'm not sure he wants to take that away by just putting him at safety full time. So that's an interesting battle. And then wide receiver, because, the injuries to Devontae and Mekhi Lemon have opened up reps, and Darius Cooper specifically and Elijah Moore have really played well with those reps. And, how many receivers are you going to keep? The top 3 is going to be Devontae, Dontavian Wicks, and Mekhi Lemon. And you owe $5 million to Hollywood Brown. People think the NFL is a meritocracy. It's not. It's not. If it was, Darius Cooper would be your 3rd receiver on week 1. And that's not going to happen.
I was going to ask about him and that wide receiver room because I've been hearing good things about Darius Cooper and where he kind of fits in. Does he have a role? And then, there's so many times, especially at wide receiver over the years, this guy's good. He looks good at camp. Well, we've seen in the past 5, 6 guys don't all have roles. But on this team, do 4, 5, 6 potentially have a role?
Well, I use the baseball rotation analogy, and I do think they got a bunch of good 4s, but I don't want a bunch of good 4s. I'd rather have the ace, and they do have the ace. You'd rather have the number 2 and even a 3. I kind of think of Wicks as a 3, and then you got a bunch of 4s. And can you utilize them more? Sure. But you rather have Devontae and EJ, 2 aces. So they're deeper than they have been at wide receiver with guys who can play, but I'm not sure you want a bunch of number 4 starters out there.
Right, you got a bunch of guys playing wide receiver that don't have a lot of track record, right? I mean, even a guy like Elijah Moore, who was a high draft pick, but hasn't really. I mean, I guess he had 1 or 2 average seasons, but he's never been a standout. Dontavian Wicks, you're hopeful that given he's almost reminds you like you remember the Sixers Scott Williams when he was with the Bulls. Like, man, look at his per 48. If he just plays more minutes, this guy's going to average a double-double. And then he played 48 minutes, or, obviously not 40, but he played regular minutes, and those numbers didn't translate. If Wicks gets more time, can he produce more? We shall see. So I find that to be a fascinating room because, as you just pointed out or hinted at, I don't know that is Mekhi Lemon, in your mind, going to be ready for week 1?
Well, he seems to be close. My guess is he's going to be back at practice when they're in New England. He's been on the jugs gun. He doesn't have compression sleeves on anymore. So I think he's getting closer. And he's got to be. Yeah, if he wants to be on the field week 1, he's got to get back to practice. And he's going to have every opportunity to play as long as he's back at practice. And also, people go back to Cooper DeJean. Vic's tougher with that stuff. Like, Vic's a big practice guy. So, if you don't practice, you're not going to play with Vic Fangio. The offense is probably going to be a little bit more malleable with that.
Hey, John, you take a look at the guys. Let's talk about some of the stars here. A lot of times we don't talk about the stars. You're always looking at kind of the bit players, but Jalen Carter signed the big deal. Jordan Davis, we know, had that big deal before. They're the 2 monsters in the middle. How are those 2 guys primed for this season with what they have around them?
Yeah, I mean, they're loaded at defensive tackle. You had Moro Jomo in there as well, who's beating up people every day. Jalen Carter's having his best camp. Jordan Davis is just, it seems to have clicked with him, the conditioning part of it, and he's turned into a really good player. So I think that's their deepest position, and you had Byron Young who can play as well. So they got 4 defensive tackles that can play. Jalen Carter feels like he's taken the next step. He's healthy. He's back from shoulder issues. It feels like he could dominate practice anytime he wanted to if he felt like it. He lives in the backfield, constant batted balls at the line of scrimmage. He looks primed for a huge season. They're on a very good defense. People talk about Quinyon and Cooper, and they're tremendous, but because of the, you think about game records, you don't talk about cornerbacks as game records. They can shut down one side of the field, but you could avoid them. Mm-hmm. You can't avoid the pressure up the middle. And Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, they can wreck games.
So, John, we've got the Reek Woolen, who I would imagine will be everybody's most popular player on the defensive side of the ball. Do you think he will live up to the hype?
No. As a matter of fact, Reek Woolen, got, pretty much put in a blender by Darius Cooper this week. And I asked Vic, because he was so good in the spring, And that's been the knock on him in Seattle. When the pads come on, he's not the best tackler in the world. They're not tackling yet, so you have to see that in a live environment. But Vic was pretty honest, as he usually is, and he says sometimes he gets a little bit lazy, a little bit sloppy on reps, and he's got to find a way to.
Are you insinuating you could see some headbutting here between Woolen and Fangio?
No, because that's his Vic. Vic has actually spoken very highly of him, and he did again. And he said, "But you could see the physical gifts and the physical ability, but you gotta match that with the effort and the consistency." He said the same thing about Jalen Carter. He said the same thing. Yeah, obviously he's got unbelievable talent, and I'm outside. I apologize. There's like 70 people getting their lawn done, but
I haven't noticed yet, by the way.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Well,
at least I haven't. We're at a bar, so I don't know. Maybe you can hear like
maybe you got some. Yeah. No, I can't hear it either. All right, so we're both in a solid situation. But he said very similar things about Jalen Carter. Like obviously he's got top tier talent. Everybody can see that. But he the next step is to do it in a more consistent level.
Yeah.
Snap after snap after snap instead of just flashing at certain times in the game. And he says the same thing about Rick Woolen. So, but, for people that think he's going to be another Quinyon Mitchell, he's not at that level.
All right, John, getting ready for the preseason game. So far, a guy that maybe will have a much better year this year than he had last year. Who's maybe 2 or 3 that you're zoned in on?
Well, the problem is you have to have opportunity, and there's not a lot of opportunities. This is a very structured team. There's not a lot of opportunities for new players to step up and play. So, I mean, number one is obvious. I think he's going to have a bounce-back season, and I think they're going to build the whole offense around Saquon Barkley. You're not going to see him in Baltimore. But the whole offense is built on getting the running game going and getting Saquon Barkley. I'm not talking about 2,000 yards, but I do expect closer to 15, 16 than 11, what it was last year. So that would be number one. I think the most underrated player on the team is Tyler Steen, and I think he's just going to keep getting better and better with more experience.
That's a good one.
And I think defensively, I think Jahad Campbell's just going to wow people. I think everybody liked Nakobe so much, and they're like, well, can you replace? He's like much better. He's just more gifted. And he's like a big praying mantis in the middle of the field. He's got a 6'8" wingspan. He's like one of those basketball players. He's 6'3", but he's got a 6'8" wingspan. Now, if you can imagine a quarterback when you got a layered over the linebacker in between the safety, and it's 6'8" up there, that's difficult to do. So he's going to be a really, really good player.
All right, John McMullen, everybody. The Birds are back this Saturday. You can listen to the game right here on 97.3 ESPN. The pregame starts at 6. Merrill Reese, Mike Quick are back at 7 o'clock. I can't imagine a radio broadcast anymore without Merrill Reese. It's going to be different.
50 years.
Some year, right?
50 years.
50.
Yeah.
All right, man. You going to Baltimore?
I don't think I'm going to make it to 50. Yeah, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, going to Baltimore. Well, go to Max's Tap House.
Well, obviously you get out of there so late because it's a night game, and it's not a place where, you're going to stay overnight. It's too close. And the drive back is not bad, but the drive down is miserable.
Terrible.
If anybody in Delaware can fix the bottleneck on the bridge in 95, it turns an hour and a half drive into a 3-hour drive. Brutal.
Well, Birds are back. Baltimore it is. Anybody going down, check out Max's Tap House or go to the Ministry of Brewing. Tell them Mike Gill from the Sports Best sent you. All right, Johnny Mac, we'll talk to you about.
You're a big Baltimore guy, Mike Gill.
I do like Baltimore. I do like the Charm City. Although The Inner Harbor's having some rough times right now. I mean, it is desolate down there.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yes.
I haven't been there in a while.
The Inner Harbor is really it is desolate. That whole area is kind of not what it was. It kind of revived itself there, but it's kind of taking a turn again. Just desolate. There's no business down there. The hotels are closing, but go down to Fells Point. You have a good time. But all right, man, we'll talk soon.
Sounds good.
All right, bud.
All right, see you, bud.
There he is, Johnny Mac, host of Birds 365 on the Jacob Media YouTube channel at 8. Now, Johnny Mac asked me if I could do his show Friday. I said, I cannot. I will not be around. I am out of here after today. Going to be taking drive tomorrow to check in at the World Series. Looking forward to that. Boy, speaking of the World Series, Dave Gallagher tonight at 5 o'clock is going to talk to us about the Phillies, and then he's coming to speak to my team.
That's pretty good stuff.
He reached out to me today, said, I can make it to your practice tonight. So he's going to address our team tonight. That's going to be really cool to hear from Dave, but we're also going to hear him talk about this Phillies game and this Phillies team tonight at 5 o'clock.
I don't believe that team in Washington State or New England has a former big leaguer talking to their kids before the Babe Ruth World Series.
I'm not 100% sure. I can't verify that, but look forward to Dave tonight. As always, talking Phillies with us at 5, Phillies fastball at 5:30. We've got football at 4 on the way. When we come back, more Sixers games have been released, but one could be historic. That's next. This is the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
LeBron's favorite indulgence, chocolate chip cookies, much like Santa. We never got to see Santa play one-on-one against one of the elves. We get LeBron versus Bronny on Christmas Day. But that's going to be fun. It's going to be historic, and LeBron's a showman. He's going to bring an extra flair returning to this stage in Los Angeles against his former franchise. It's going to be fun to see.
Dave McMullen this morning said, historic. How about LeBron against his son? Before he played with his son, has a father-son ever played against each other before on Christmas Day? No.
You think the NBA did a solid for LeBron and said, you know what? It's Christmas. Go home, open up some presents with Bronny and Bryce.
That's a good point. Like, hey, you want to be close to home? We wanted you to play on the East Coast, but we'll get you. Well, we know the Sixers a lot of times the holiday season, they're on the West Coast because of the Disney on Ice over here.
Yep.
So a lot of times you'll see them and the Flyers on that West Coast trip. But the last couple of Christmases when they played the Celtics, they played the Knicks. The last time they played the Lakers on Christmas Day was 2001. But more games have been released by the Sixers or for the Sixers today. What are some updates on some games that we now know?
We do know that the opening night, you want to go over those games that we released
Yeah,
yesterday?
just give me a little refresher.
Okay.
So yesterday they released the opening week and Christmas. Today they did like some holiday games and the NBA Cup games, right?
Yeah, so October 20th, that's at New York. That's the first game of the year. LeBron's debut, Jaylen Brown's debut at the Knicks, at the Garden, banner night, October 20th.
Okay, so that's a Tuesday night. I like that. We got Sixers, Knicks. Talked about that earlier with the great Mike McGarry. He said, perfect game. LeBron and the Sixers. You see Jaylen Brown on Good Morning America today? They asked him about all the hype the Sixers are getting.
Brunson.
What did I say?
Brown.
Jalen Brunson.
Yeah, Jalen Brunson. Yep. October 22nd.
Home opener
against the Cavs. Opening night for the Sixers. Home opener, October 22nd.
Now, that's a Thursday night, so you're up against Thursday night football. Are you going to go Sixers, Cavs in that one?
Not even a question.
What week is that?
October 22nd.
October 22nd, so that's week 7 of the NFL. The Thursday night game, it's a good one. New England versus Chicago.
Oh, that is a good one. Darn it.
So you got Sixers, Cavs on what channel?
ESPN.
And this game's on Amazon Prime for Thursday Night Football.
Yep.
Okay. That's a tough one. You go on Amazon Prime Thursday Night Football or a Sixers Game 2?
I got to go. I mean, I'd like to be at the game.
I mean, you're not paying for those tickets.
No, but me and Earnshaw have a little pact.
You go to opening night, they're $2,000 to get in.
Yeah, I don't think we can afford that.
Come on. All right, so we got opening night. That's a Tuesday, so there's no NFL conflict.
Yep.
Now, you might get a Phillies conflict if you get a little deep playoff run.
If they make that run right
I got
now,
that schedule as well.
Right now, the Cardinals are making a run around the bases. Still 1-1, though. So moving along, the NBA Cup was announced, too. That first game will be against the Knicks October 30th on Amazon Prime.
By the way, October the 20th, which is opening night, would be ALCS Game 7.
Ooh.
October 22nd, there is no baseball. The World Series starts on the 23rd. So which game did you just give me?
October 30th, NBA Cup opening night.
October 30th would be Game 6 of the World Series. That's a Friday night, so no conflict with the NFL. NBA Cup Sixers Knicks. I like that.
Yeah,
Friday night.
At home.
Okay.
And then we can go to November 6th. That's another marquee game of the NBA Cup at Cleveland, November 6th.
So that would be a Friday night. Okay. So the NBA Cup games, they're usually like Tuesdays and Fridays or something like that they've done in the past. So that game is a Friday night. Sixers will have that all to themselves. All right. What else we got?
November 25th, the Wednesday before Thanksgiving.
Wow.
99 bottles as well.
99 bottles plus Green Bay against the Rams.
Ooh. Okay.
Now that game's a 5:00 game.
That's a 5 p.m. start at Philly at home against Miami, against Giannis.
That's 99 bottles, Sixers, Green Bay, Rams. That's a great sports day on the day before Thanksgiving.
Those bars will be jam-packed.
Ooh. I mean, you get Sixers at 5.
Yep.
it's an early tip. Do we have an early off for the Sports Bash on 99 Bottles Day? Do we do an abbreviated bottles show and watch the Sixers?
That brain of yours is already cooking on that one.
All right, what else we got?
November 27th, so that's the Black Friday.
All right.
At Indiana, NBA Cup.
What time?
Play 7:30.
All right, because there is an NFL game on Black Friday. Denver, Pittsburgh, 3 o'clock. So you go Denver, Pittsburgh, 3 o'clock, bang, right into the Sixer game.
Yep.
Oh, this is shaping up for a great holiday season. All right, what else has been announced?
Already the Sixers are all over national TV. I mean, we're not even in December yet.
Those 4 games are all national TV? All 4 of their NBA Cup
Actually,
games?
one of them is NBC Sports Philadelphia.
Okay, what else was announced today?
And then moving along to the marquee holiday games, that's December 25th. We know about that at the Lakers. We talked about that 5 p.m. tip on ABC.
That is Christmas Day.
Mhm.
So, okay, so I got to break this down a little bit more. Josh, you are not a fan of the Sixers release games. I saw yesterday, right?
No, I absolutely hate the idea of them opening with the Knicks. I think it's absolutely ridiculous that they're trying to cross-filter ring night with LeBron night. It should have been Sixers-Lakers opening night. Sorry, Sixers Celtics, I should say.
Well, I don't care that they're playing the Knicks. I think it shows that the Sixers are the highest profile team in the league. You have the highest profile of the team, the champion. They're trying to find, it's like WrestleMania. You got to find the biggest star. It's Stone Cold against The Rock.
Why couldn't it be?
You want it to be Stone Cold against some no name.
Oh, that's not true. The Celtics are not a no name.
Well, I'm talking about for the Knicks.
The Knicks should play the Spurs.
Yeah.
What do you mean? You don't think Victor Wembanyama is big enough?
I do, but I'd rather see a Eastern Conference like East versus East to start things off. I don't want to cross like West East to get things going here. By the way, the Cardinals have taken a 2-1 lead. This game is in the the 5th?
Bottom of the 5th.
Fifth.
So, all right, Christmas Day. You got decisions.
Now the Eagles play on Christmas Eve.
They do.
So we are thankful for that.
So you have Eagles on so you have the Sixers on Thanksgiving Eve,
right?
And the Eagles on Thanksgiving,
right?
And then it kind of reverses.
And then on Christmas Eve, you're going to get the Eagles, and on Christmas Day, you're going to get the Sixers. But here's my question:
I like that. That I think they all work together.
You got 5 NBA games,
right?
But you have 3 football games. The Eagles are the 5 o'clock. The Sixers are the 5 o'clock game. So Buffalo, Denver is the middle NFL game.
Yeah,
4:30.
For those who don't know, so it's Packers, Bears at 1, Bills, Broncos at 4:30, and then Rams, Seahawks at 8:15.
A great game.
So what's your if you infiltrate all the NFL and all the NBA, do you
I mean, these sports are just invading my Christmas day.
Yeah.
Who cares about family? We got sports.
Yeah, there's no more opening up gifts,
well,
having
did you see,
dinner.
Somebody tweeted out all of the games in a row. Like, how are you going? Like, are you just going straight football?
Things are unraveling, by the way, for Zach Wheeler now.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is not going well here.
3 runs.
That ball is right down the middle of the plate.
So this team could be getting swept here today.
Yeah, against a pretty urination Cardinals team. All right, so the full Monty, you got Knicks, Spurs, Celtics. Who are they playing in that game? Is it Celtics, Cavs, the second game? I had the full list in front of me yesterday. I thought that I would have more people today, so it would be more helpful. I was actually more organized yesterday by myself. This was a lot easier to do. Shame on me for saying.
Heat Celtics. Heat at Celtics.
Okay.
I got him.
So Heat Celtics.
There's another base hit, by the way.
The first game is Spurs, Knicks, Heat, Celtics. Yes.
So you going Spurs, Knicks,
man,
Heat, Celtics, or are you going Green Bay, Chicago?
Spurs, Knicks. I mean, I'll probably check into that game.
Because the football games are on Netflix, the first 2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the problem, and that is it's on Netflix. So it's like in order for you can't like split screen it or anything.
Then the Sixers is at 5 against Buffalo, Denver at 4:30. You're zoned in on the Sixers, right?
Have to be.
I mean,
And then
work.
the 2 night games. Go ahead.
I was going to say, so for someone like me, my plan is probably going to be start the day with Netflix and then flip over to ESPN app before the Sixers game starts.
Now, ABC has all the games. I mean, you could leave ABC on from 12 p.m. noon and just leave it on all day,
They have
all night.
all 5 basketball.
They have all
games.
5 games.
You
And then
could,
Fox,
but if you want to watch the football game, you got to put Netflix on.
Then Fox has the night game against the 2 West Coast games. I'll probably go Rams, Seattle, Fox for the football after the Sixers.
As opposed to Thunder at Nuggets at Warriors.
Now, there's 2 more Sixers games that were announced today. What are they?
Those games are the MLK game.
So that is January 18
at Atlanta.
And that's a 2:30 in the afternoon game.
2:30 in the afternoon at the Hawks.
What day is that?
18th.
Is it January 18th? Yeah, that's a tough one.
Monday.
That's MLK Junior Day. Yeah.
That is the day after the NFL wild card games.
Yep.
And there's a wild card game that night. And you got the Sixer game at 2:30 in the afternoon on that day.
And that usually is the marquee day, the marquee game of the day for the NBA, right? That 2:30 tip at Atlanta.
And then there's one more game that's at 2:30 in the afternoon. And that's the day that's, I believe, is that the day after the Super Bowl?
That's President's Day, February 15th at Dallas.
Yeah, the Super Bowl's on Valentine's Day this year. President's Day is the next day.
Yep.
You're telling me you got the Sixers game on at 2:30 in the afternoon after the Eagles are in the Super Bowl the day before? I mean, I don't know about that. That's what I don't know if I can get behind.
Now, it's interesting. All those games are on the road. MLK on the road.
Well,
you maybe get a couple more home games.
Wow, they're $2,000 a piece. You ain't going.
Are they trying to ensure that LeBron plays on certain road games?
Yes. Every one of them.
Good point.
Every one of them. All right, when we come back, it's the Unsportsmanlike moment of the day. Rivalries. That's coming up next.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
On 97.3 ESPN.
The 3 o'clock hour of the Sports Bash is brought to you by Broadleaf Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Call 609-390-3907 or visit them online at broadleaf.net.
I just don't need Kyle Whittingham to be Captain Literal Man. I want to hear the head coach talk about his hatred for Ohio State. I don't want to hear the pleasantries and say, I don't hate Ohio State. I don't hate anybody. I don't want to hear that. Embrace the sports hate, sir. Who would you say the best coaches right now?
Kurt Cignetti.
Okay, yeah,
Kirby
exactly.
Smart.
He's got it rolling. Kurt Cignetti, right? Yeah. Indiana. The first thing that Kurt Cignetti did when he took the job as the head football coach in Indiana was talk about how Purdue sucked at an Indiana basketball game. That's what you do when you take these jobs.
You got to go WWE.
You have to go WWE. You have to embrace the character that's expected from the fan base.
Chris Canty, Evan Cohen this morning on Unsportsmanlike. It's our Unsportsmanlike moment of the day here on the Sports Bash. I got to agree with Canty. I hate literal. He went literal. I hate everything about literal. It's the most literal thing of all time is don't be literal. Nobody's literal. Or nobody should be literal. No one's ever being serious. No one's ever being serious. Everybody's got problems. So you come out and you say, listen, I know it's Michigan, Ohio State. All of a sudden, I got a weird feeling in my head. I hate Ohio State. Never did before, but now I do. Now, of course, he has no care in the world about Ohio State, but literal sucks. Josh,
basically, Mike has turned this segment into an opportunity to take Sidewinder shots at me. Got it.
What are you, Billy Schweim now? You got people texting you that you're getting ripped over there?
First of all,
would you like to retort?
The being the literal part is not the issue. Okay, because
I agree with Candy. The literal part is the issue.
No, it's not. It's the fact that the end of what Candy said is correct. You got to play the character. It doesn't matter who you like or don't like personally. When you are the face of a football program, it is your assignment. It is your duty to represent everything about that program. And if that requires you to hate Ohio State, then guess what, buddy? You're doing it.
Even if the guy spent the last 30 years at Utah.
Exactly.
Well, he has no hatred towards Ohio State. There's no reason for him to. But the problem is he's a literal idiot.
Ask him about
He's
Utah
supposed
State.
to be able to say, hey, guys, oddly enough, I woke up today and I feel a little different about Ohio State. Instead, he spoke his true feelings because he didn't have the ability to just have a little fun and say, I'm going to play along and get on board because his personality is toast.
Well, there's a lot of athletes who grow up in a certain area. They're a fan of a certain team. Then they get drafted by that team, and you know what? They revert. Okay? Kyle Whittingham does not understand the assignment.
Yeah. Well, the assignment was you're a Michigan guy now. You don't like Ohio State, whether you grew up in Utah your whole life or not. The problem is he lives in Utah. He probably has been sheltered his whole life, and he has no ability to say, you know what? All of a sudden, you know what? I don't like Ohio State. Funny how that works.
What is he, Carson Wentz?
Jeez. Although I did hear a lot of the Golic today talking about our rivalry's gone in sports, and I think he's right. Like, is Michigan, Ohio State as big as it once was? Duke, North Carolina certainly isn't.
Not
right.
if you have Kyle Whittingham as the head coach.
Is Duke, North Carolina still a big deal?
I don't think so.
USC, Notre Dame, all that stuff. Like USC, Duke, North Carolina, used to know when that was on both times. I don't even remember them playing last year. I don't know. You would tell. But by the way, I wouldn't be surprised if Duke was in a different conference than North Carolina is at this point. I'm not being literal on that. I know they're still in the same conference. When we come back, Geoff Mosher has today's football at 4. What is he watching for on Saturday night? Stick around.
Home of the Sports Bash with Mike Gill, 97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City.
And Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It is brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. We're back there on Monday. I'll actually not be there. Pete G will be there. Nick Earnshaw will be filling in for me as well on Monday's show. This is my last show for a little while. I'll be back on Monday the 24th, but that means this is my last chance for Football at 4. This is my last chance for Geoff Mosher. I'm taking a little time off from the show as we are heading to the Babe Ruth World Series. We're hoping to do well up there. But I'm still thinking about the Birds. I know when we go up there, we are looking for a place to watch the game on Saturday night when the Eagles play the Ravens, Moshe. So let's get into some of the things we're watching for. And I want to start off with Vic Fangio from yesterday, talking about Jonathan Grenard. I want to get your level of concern for Grenard. We did figure that he would miss time, but he said he's still a ways away, probably won't see him in training camp. Are you starting to worry and wonder if he will be ready for Washington in week 1?
Well, more so a little bit. I mean, obviously the pec and the shoulder, we don't know which pec that he injured, but if it's the same pec on the side that he had the shoulder injury last year, that's not great. Sometimes things can be connected in that way. Look at Nolan Smith Jr., right? He's had the shoulder issues that he's not major ones, but then he's torn his triceps, right? And he's kind of had those recurring triceps injuries. So you always worry about one thing that leads to another when the two muscle groups are close or connected. And yes, as Vic Fangio was saying, he's going to basically not play at all or not practice at all at training camp, which puts in jeopardy what if he'll be able to play in week 1 and how much he might be able to play week 1 if he does make it back to practice before then. So, kind of it makes you back to square one as far as this time last year when they really didn't have that third guy. And, they were using Josh Uche and they were using Ojulari a little bit, but it was really Hunt and Nolan Smith. And Smith can be sporadic, and Hunt was very good, and he's having a great camp. But this thing works with your 3 main edge rushers. And so, I think there's some reason to be concerned about the injuries that Grenard has been dealing with.
For the people who don't even know Jonathan Grenard, they've never even seen him. They made a trade for him. They got they gave up 2 third-round picks, one this year, one for next year. He is, do you think, supposed to be their top edge rusher?
Of course. I mean, he's, for 2 straight, before last year, he had 24.5 sacks between 2023 and 2024. He was a 2-time Pro Bowl edge. He was, when you talked about some of the better pass rushers, edge rushers in the league, his name was up there, and that's why the Eagles went out and pursued him when they didn't bring back Jalen Phillips, because they felt like they needed the sure thing. They love the growth and the development of Jalix Hunt, but he's still learning and growing into the position, right? They like Nolan Smith Jr., a good run defender, a guy who flashes at times in the pass rush, but they needed the consistent guy that they've always had, right? Going back years where there was a Trent Cole or a Hassan Reddick or, somebody whose name I'm probably forgetting now, but they've always flourished when they've had that number 1 kind of guy.
So Ebiketie, Epinesa are 2 guys that are veterans they brought in. They brought 2 guys in last year, Ojulari and Uche.
Mm-hmm.
Do these guys have a bigger impact in your mind than those 2 guys did?
And that was a big discussion between Adam and I on the Inside the Birds podcast today that dropped. Is there are certain things going on in camp that aren't necessarily due to performance that may or may not impact the roster construction and certainly the edge group for sure. First of all, Vic may have to come out of the 3-man shell if Grenard's not really 100% or even ready to play by week 1. It's going to have to lean on both Ebiketie to go with the other two, and then maybe even a fourth edge rusher if that person, whether it's Epinesa or somebody else, I don't know who else it would be, but just, gives them good reps and good snaps and feels like that person should get on the field. And that might mean from, how we always say the 53-man roster that at the end of camp is so overrated because it changes the next day. There's the initial 53 and then there's the actual 53 for week one. And then the Eagles play so much roster tango with the practice squad and elevations that by week 4 or 5, it's a completely different 53 there. And so they may keep some players on the initial 53 that they're only keeping because they need to get through a few weeks. We'll have this discussion at tight end, I'm sure, that they have to get through until certain guys are ready to play.
Interesting there. Geoff Mosher, Football at 4, Inside the Birds podcast. You can download the new Inside the Birds podcast on all podcasting platforms. And, we're looking at the edge spot because Jalix Hunt, Nolan Smith, those guys are to their third years now. Let's say Grenard had to start the year on the PUP list and wasn't ready. Do you like what they have with Hunt and Smith? Is that a good enough tandem to get the season started? Or do you think they might have to then think about bringing somebody else in?
No, I think, first of all, I look at everything from a 4-man rush standpoint, not just an edge rush, right? And obviously, if Jalen Carter is playing at his level, his best level, and so far in camp, he has been playing at a very high level, and you have Moro Ojomo there, but with Carter and Ojomo and Davis, Carter's going to occupy a lot of double teams. I'm confident in guys like Jalix Hunt and Nolan Smith Jr. to be able to beat man-on-man blocking against most offensive tackles, but you still are in the same position without a guy like Grenard that you were in last year prior to the Jalen Phillips arrival. Now Jalix Hunt has had a really nice camp. You know me, I don't take anything I see in camp and try to project it to be bigger than it is. But I do think I think he's been a year ahead since he got into the league. In 2024, he was a development project, 3rd-round pick. By the end of the year, he's playing in the Super Bowl. Last year, he leads the defense in interceptions and sacks, right? So he's not a developmental prospect anymore. He's learning and growing. So I do expect that Jalix Hunt is going to be a better version of himself than he even was last year. But nonetheless, when you don't have Jonathan, if he gets hurt, for example, or if Nolan Smith gets hurt, then what do you have, right? If Grenard's not playing 100% or playing, then all of a sudden you're down to Jalix Hunt and what? AJ Epinesa or Arnold Ebiketie. That's not enough.
All right, yeah, because Epinesa, you don't even know that he can stay healthy. That's another problem with him, right? I mean, he's had some injury issues.
Yeah,
that's another thing too. Because they do have a lot of depth at tackle. You mentioned, it's more than just the edge guys because you have Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, Moro Ojomo. I guess Byron Young, you throw him in there. Do you like him as a guy that will make an impact?
I like Byron Young as a guy who's going to be the 4th defensive tackle, play when needed, supply really good, steady play when he's in there. I don't look at him as some kind of fearsome pass rusher who's going to somehow get into the 4-man rush, but he's going to play some snaps on the inside when needed. And most teams would be pretty fortunate to have a 4th defensive tackle that can play at Byron Young's level.
Mm-hmm. All right. Yesterday, I know it's meaningless, the depth chart, but they had Cooper DeJean listed as the starter at 2 different positions, but the backup, Michael Carter, was one of the backups at the one spot, which was the safety spot. And then at the backup nickel spot, you saw it was kind of like a tandem of guys. Michael Carter was also the backup there with Mac McWilliams. So I don't know. Does that say that they don't feel comfortable yet with the nickel and the safety spot?
No, I think that they're trying to, in their cute way, give you both base and nickel and what it might look like. DeJean, we know, is going to be a base defense safety alongside Makuba. And then when they're in nickel, he's going to slide to nickel. And then it's going to either be Epps. I think Epps was the name that was also on the list with Carter on that depth chart. So it's going to be either Epps or Michael Carter. And then there's going to be some dime where you're going to have all 3 of those guys on the field. And that's what, we spoke a while back because I think during the OTAs, a couple of guys on defense during their press conferences said, Vic was getting so comfortable with his personnel because so many people are back that he's starting to do different things. And I think that's one of those things, is that Vic is prepared to have a base, a nickel, a dime. And where in the past they didn't have enough depth in the secondary to be able to be confident throwing a dime out there. Now they are a big nickel, for example, with 3 safeties. So they've got a whole lot of optionality to them. They're deeper. They still have questions. I'm not trying to act like these guys are all proven veterans, but Michael Carter's playing pretty good. It sounds like, Vic's convinced he's going to play some kind of role. We know Vic likes Marcus Epps. We know what he wants to do using DeJean as a multiple piece. And now that they have Reek Woolen, who they believe they don't have to take off the field like they did with Adoree Jackson, they can allow those interior corners and interior defensive backs to play those roles.
Yeah, Woolen's going to be interesting because we were talking about this in the 3 o'clock hour, how he could potentially be like everybody's favorite guy, because it seemed that Adoree Jackson was everybody's least favorite guy. So it's like, oh, Woolen. It's like, is he going to be what everybody expects him to be or hopes that he could be?
Yeah, he'll be the favorite guy. And then the season will start, and then they're going to play the Commander, the Bears and the Rams week 3 and week 4. And, and as soon as he has one of those games, everybody's going to be like, and start complaining. But I think Reek Woolen will be fine.
All right. Woolen, obviously, upgrade or new on that side. Everything else on defense, like you said, Fangio has a lot of the same toys to play with here. So that automatically should make the defense better, that these guys are now another year, same verbiage. The only guy who's not is Grenard. He's the only one, and unfortunately, he is hurt right now. Let's look at the offense where everything is the same except for one guy, and that is Mannion. Everybody else is pretty much saying, now you have some new wide receivers, obviously, with A.J. Nair, but the offensive line is the same, the quarterback's the same, the tight end's the same, the running back's the same. So, Sean Mannion, give me your thoughts so far on where this offense kind of looks like it could go into game number 1, because I would imagine they're not going to show a whole heck of a lot, and no one's going to play.
Well, I mean, yeah, they're not going to show a whole heck of a lot in terms of maybe some of the creative things that Sean Mannion might have in mind, but they're not going to hide the fact that they've been working under center and wide zone running. That's just like staples of the offense now that are going to be a big part of the offense. And that's not necessarily like something that they're not going to just be like 100% shotgun and inside zone like they were in the past, just because they're trying to conceal the fact that they're installing this new Shanahan McVay style of offense. So you'll see elements of under center. You'll see elements of the wide zone. They need to practice it. They need to practice it and execute it, in particular against a team that they haven't been, a new defense, a team that they haven't been on the field against all the time. So for people who've wanted to see that, who haven't been able to come to training camp like you used to, I think it'll be pretty interesting against the Ravens. You'll actually get to see some of these concepts that we've been talking about on the radio here for a while,
which is a lot more under center. But I mean, you would imagine they're still going to infiltrate, and they've kind of hinted at this, that they will still infiltrate some of the things that worked under Nick and all the previous incarnations of this offense.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, very few coaches, coordinators, play callers just do one thing, right? In fact, like the Rams are known for being under center a lot, lately with the last few years, right? They do run shotgun though. It's not like they're 100% under center. Same thing with other teams that do it, like the 49ers. The Packers, to me, are a really good study for what the Eagles are going to try to look like, because the Packers, more so than the Rams and the Niners and other Shanahan style teams, they still go shotgun a decent amount, almost like maybe 50. I don't know how the numbers are, but they'll still gravitate between 11 personnel and 12 personnel, maybe a little bit more than the Rams do or the Niners. And they will run RPOs. I mean, that's just Matt LaFleur has been a little bit more adaptable than what Shanahan and McVay do. And that's where Mannion came from, which is why I'm saying, like, when you watch an Eagles practice right now, it's not like 70% of their snaps are under center. It's not like 75% of their runs are wide zone runs. They're still doing things that they did in the past that were successful, because why wouldn't you not, like tush push and other things. The other day at training camp, I saw a play that you've seen a million times, Eagles run, where Saquon Barkley motions out of the backfield, the linebacker follows him. Now they're in spread 5 out, and then Hurts takes the snap and runs up the middle because there's really only one linebacker left to block, and then the guard or center kicks out to block him, right? And we saw that in training camp. So those are the kind of things that you're still going to continue to see.
Geoff, you mentioned Barkley. He doesn't. It almost seems like he's a forgotten guy. I mean, one year he's the guy, and the next year he's I don't even know what you want to call what he was last year. So what kind of role does he have? Do you see for him this year?
Yeah, I've been struggling with where I'm. I'm getting ready for my fantasy football drafts, my rankings. Over at Philly Voice, me and Evan Macy are doing a little ADP debates. Whether we think we're ahead of market, behind market, or at market on certain guys based on their ADP. And I've struggled a little bit with Saquon. I do believe he'll have a better year than last year. I don't know if it'll look like it did 2 years ago. I expect Tank Bigsby to have a little bit more of a role than he did in the years past, but that shouldn't stop Saquon from having a good year. But I also am, and we have talked about this, you cannot dismiss the amount of work that this running back has had the last 2 years. Over 750 touches, I believe, between carrying the ball, catching the ball, playoffs, and regular season. And he ain't a spring chicken. So I definitely think Saquon can bounce back from last year. I definitely in camp have seen that he still has explosive moves. I do think elements of the new offense will help him, but the guy's got a lot of toll. And you go look at running backs who have carried or touched the ball as much as he has over the last 2 years, and you start to see sharp decline.
Yeah, and obviously Bigsby, the backup running back, a lot of times people are like, why not more of him? You started to hear that last year, and I wonder if this offense has a bigger role for him.
I wonder too. I imagine it will. I think it should. Otherwise, it's a waste of talent. I mean, you give up 2 draft picks. I know they weren't like 3rd and 4th round picks, but you did give up 2 draft picks for the guy. And it's not like he's, just because it wasn't just because he can also return kicks. I mean, he's a good running back. His numbers show it.
Every time the Eagles add a guy who has returned a kick or a punt in their life, that's like the new guy. It hasn't, they haven't used that guy in that role in forever.
We don't make fun of the Eagles enough because it's fun to do, but I'm sure fans don't want to beat them up too much. But we don't make fun of them enough for that whole Avery Williams thing from last year. Like, if you remember the first Nick Sirianni press conference after the free agent period, that's the first guy he mentioned. Oh, Avery Williams, this guy has been a running back, a cornerback, a punt returner, a specialist. He's a gadget weapon. The guy doesn't even make the freaking team. I mean, just unbelievable.
Who was the Ohio State running back that got a little love and then never made it? From the 49ers.
Trey Sermon?
Yeah, Trey Sermon.
Oh, listen, man, we're both old enough to remember when Braxton Miller came to the Eagles. I think they were in the Chip Kelly era. And he
by the way, speaking of which, who's returning kicks and punts on this team?
You have Shipley and you have Shipley and and Bigsby there as potential kick returners. Punt returners should be interesting. I mean, Marquise Brown can do it. Cooper DeJean can do it, but I think Vic would probably strangle Nick Sirianni if he put him in there. We have to see who makes the team because we know I know he hasn't done a whole lot of it, but I believe we've seen Elijah Moore return a few punts, so I don't know how they feel about it. But yeah, it's Britton Covey's been hurt. You can certainly have Britton Covey on the practice squad and elevate him for the first few weeks. And, as you look for somebody else to return punts, I would venture to say Mekhi Lemon, but he actually has to get out on the field first before he can return kicks and punts. So it's a fair question.
Okay. Well, that's something to watch Saturday night to see if they start to put some breadcrumbs out there for that, for special teams stuff. And obviously that's a key on who makes the team at the back end, right? I mean, if you got a receiver who doesn't do any of that stuff versus a guy who does do some of that stuff, that plays a factor. And very interesting to see how the tight end thing, you kind of hinted at that earlier, tight end, EJ Stowers, is he going to have a role on this team? We talked a little bit about that on Monday's show. Grant Calcaterra, was this finally be his last season here in Philadelphia? It all starts on Saturday night in Baltimore against the Ravens, where the Birds preseason game number 1. I'm looking forward to some real football back. And it's like that first snap, that first drive, and then you're like, okay, I'm ready for the real thing.
That's right. That's right. It's around the corner. But hey, you got bigger fish to fry. Good luck with your Babe Ruth baseball team. We wish you the best from inside the Birds. And when you get back, maybe if you got nothing going on, like the Phillies, I feel like they could use a little bit new blood again at manager. And you've all your success, Mike, that you've had throughout the years. You might want to throw your hat in the ring.
This team looks tired, man. I don't know if I could give them a spark, but this is a rough watch right now. 7-1, 6-1 in the 7th, I should say.
They've been a rough watch since coming out of the All-Star break, man.
Yeah, it's been tough.
Yeah.
All right, brother. Well, we'll catch up with you when we get back. Thank you.
Have a great one, man. Take care.
Geoff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast and, of course, InsideTheBirds.com. And you can check all of Jeff's writings as well, PhillyVoice.com. That's where he also does a lot of stuff with the Eagles and everything else. PhillyVoice.com and the Inside the Birds podcast. All right, Mike Hill, Sports Bash Live. We're here at Urie's now. You can see the crowd starting to come in, but they're not getting a great game here.
Jose Alvarado, 3 walks, 1 hit, 1/3 of an inning.
Yikes. I
Now
mean, at what
it's,
point do you say that's it?
For his time on the roster.
Yeah,
right?
I mean,
yeah.
He's just not helpful.
Nope.
You keep putting him out there because you're like, oh, he once did it, and now he's not doing it. I get it. He was once very good. And listen, he let you down last year, and then you gave him another shot,
right?
And he's letting you down again. So shame on you to continue to stick with him after what he did to you last year.
Yeah, and now they have to turn to a guy like Chase Sugar to get out of a bases
Oh,
loaded jam.
God. Don't need any sugar to my life.
You're gonna get it right here with the bases loaded.
Yikes. All right. Well, we're live at Urie's, and forget the game. They got great food. They got great drink specials. They got great food specials. By the way, you said a little live music going on outside.
Live music, yes. We're playing Hootie.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Well,
great.
stop out, have a drink inside, outside, whatever you want to do. Sugar's in the game. Phillies are trailing 7-1. We're back with today's edition of Nick's Nuggets next on the Sports Bash.
LeBron James plays here.
Here comes the Kings down the lane. Oh, man. LeBron James like a locomotive right down the boulevard.
97.3 of the Philadelphia 76ers.
All right, welcome back. Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN. We're over at Urie's on the waterfront. They got a little dinner crowd coming in now. Phil's, though, looks like they left the dinner at home. 7-1 Cardinals. They lead it right now as we are into the 8th inning. So it's going to take a big comeback for the Phils. 7-1, they are down. And Jose Alvarado, he got chased out of the game, so he's done. Phillies just unraveling here on a day where Zach Wheeler, he struggled as well. You got to start worrying about Wheeler now, too. Is that true?
Yeah, they're going to get swept in St. Louis, and they're going to lose both Sanchez and Wheeler starts. That's not good.
Well, before we get to the Nuggets today, let me tell you about my friends over at Clark's Moving and Storage right here in the Cape May County in Rio Grande. When I made my move a couple of years ago, I went from my apartment in Ventnor over to my house in Egg Harbor Township, and Clark's did it. Fantastic job. They moved all my stuff, and, of course, they could do it for you as well. So do what I do. When I need a big move, call Clark's Moving and Storage, 609-889-0780, clarksmoving.net. Nick Earnshaw is back for today's edition of Nick's Nuggets on the Sports Bass Live on 97.3 ESPN. We're counting down to the days. Nick Earnshaw, leaving the locker room. Saturday is his final locker room show.
Got to get you a cake and some candles.
Yeah, what are we going to do about that? Is Schwein going to get you like some freshly squeezed orange juice?
I hope I have some freshly squeezed orange juice from Blitz's Market. A sandwich would be nice. Would be fantastic.
Yeah,
something.
Maybe he'll take you for a pliable afterwards.
I heard, that those are pretty good time. And you get free ones too. That's what I heard.
Yep. Well, I talked to the Schweim on the phone today just to make sure his feelings weren't all hurt still. I had to make sure that everything was A-okay. So, next time, I told him, Schweim, I apologize if you took it, in a negative connotation.
Oh, that was nice of you.
We're just having some fun. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rumor has it Clemic's going to be in there too for the Saturday show for the final
time. He's got to bring back all the former hosts.
He's bringing back everyone in. It's going to be
Bobby going to be in town?
Yeah,
he might be. Bobby might be there. Wouldn't be shocked. The lesser known Schwein is
you got to bring Mr. Negadelphia into the studio.
Yeah, you might have a whole cast of characters. It might be a little hot in that studio. A lot of hot air.
Ooh.
Everyone talking,
Unbelievable. Well, the final hurrah for Nick
run
on the locker room is his final locker room this Saturday. And then he's filling in for me on Monday over at Ocean Casino Resort. It'll be Nick and Pete on Monday at Ocean. So you'll get Nick on Saturday. Last time on the locker room, but some more nuggets still between now and the end of the summer.
Yeah, absolutely. So it'll be a good time. And no Schweim nuggets today. Nothing from the parking lot as we did yesterday. But I want to start with the fighting Phils. I mean, they're not really fighting too hard, especially today. And I want to talk about Luis Urie. I mean, he has struggled mightily. He has not had a hit since August 8th with the Philadelphia Phillies until the game today. He has been massively struggling at the dish for the Philadelphia Phillies. And you watch this team, right? And someone I was talking to yesterday, or was the day before, I think we brought it up on here, Mike. Is this team, like, looking at the positive, like, are they going to limp into the postseason? Possibly could miss the postseason. Very reminiscent of 2022. Do you get that same vibe, or do you think this could be the beginning of the end for this core at this point, the way they're going into September, into a playoff push? I mean, Zach Wheeler struggled mightily today.
Yeah. You know what? I was thinking about this the other day. When you get like a Mike Tyson fight announced and you're kind of excited, like Mike Tyson's going to fight again. And then he gets into the ring and you're watching it and you keep just waiting for him to throw that uppercut. And then you watch the whole fight and you realize, man, Mike Tyson's like 60.
Yeah, like when he
just
fought
doesn't have that one uppercut shot anymore. That's what it's like watching the Phillies. You're like, all right, they're going to get going. They're going to get hot. They're going to get moving. They're going to get going. And it's like some of these guys, like, they're giving you the best they got. Like Bryce Harper's having a good year, but he doesn't have another level in him. Schwarber's giving you a good, solid year, but he doesn't have another level of greatness in him. Trey Turner, all these guys, like, their greatness is behind them, and they're giving you the best they got right now.
Yeah, I mean, it just doesn't look like a team. And I said last year was it. Last year was the last hurrah in my estimation that they had a shot to go to a World Series. They hung in there kind of with the Dodgers. They got one game. They could have won a couple of those games against the Dodgers. But, man, right now, and Don Mattingly has struggled mightily as the manager over the past couple of weeks. Alec Boehm's unplayable. And then the story comes out yesterday about Bryce Harper trying to adjust to right field. I mean, he's hurt. His knee's hurting him. Like, he said it feels like spring training again. Like, if that's going to bother him, take him out of right field if you think he's going to get hurt. And that could be an issue down the line because of his age. You got all types of problems here. And I just don't know if they have another gear like they once did, like 22 and 23, even 24. They were very dominant during the regular season. I just don't know if you're going to get that gear. Like, all right, they limp into the postseason, but are they going to find that other avenue of where they get hot and they're just hitting on all cylinders and then they go really cold again? Like, I don't know if they even have that in them to go get really hot. You know what I mean? I don't know if that's in them.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you got Wheeler struggling today. Sanchez pitched well last night. He kind of, that whole story. Did he ask out? Did he not ask out? I don't know. But right now, you got really one guy that you could say seemingly has been consistent here, and that is that's Sanchez. Wheeler, 2 of his last 3 starts, you've kind of had a little side eye at. And as I just mentioned, there's not a guy that you're like, hey, he's got another gear in him. I think you're getting the best of all these guys, or you've seen the best. I don't know that there's another – take it to another level gear. One thing that I think who said it? Oh, we might have played it on the Sunday show that we do together, Earnshaw. Brad Lidge was saying that in September that Ryan Howard kind of like got going and was like, get on my back, guys, and he kind of just took them for a ride. I don't know that guy, that Ryan Howard figure, is on this team right now. Keep in mind, when the Phillies of 08, 9, 10, those guys were still in their like mid to late 20s when they were doing that.
Yep. Yeah, and this is a team you have guys who are in their 30s, like early to mid 30s now. I mean, that's where you're getting with this whole squad. I just don't know if that gear's there for September. And now looking at the trade deadline, now that the honeymoon has passed with Luis Ariz, he struggled over the past couple of games, still making contact and everything like that. But, that it was a nice move. It was a nice move to bring in Ariz. They needed a contact bat. Love it, right? But, I mean, they didn't go out and get another starting pitcher. The bullpen moves just haven't really done it for me and didn't really do it for me on that day. And I had been screaming all year. They need another
Killian's hurt.
I know. Well, I had been I'm talking about starting pitching, though. Like, they needed another starter. And this is where, going back to the offseason, was it the right idea to let Ranger Suarez walk? I know he was going to get a big contract with Scott Boras as his agent and all, but now you're kind of feeling those effects. I know Andrew Painter's been pretty good as of late, but can you really count on Andrew Painter to be your guy in the postseason, whether he's coming out of the bullpen or as a 4th starter? I don't know. And you don't have the depth to really get there because you're going to lose these games. You're taxing the heck out of your pen.
Well, it's funny. What was the deal that Suarez ended up getting? Do you remember?
See. I'm pull it
because
up
now you're looking back and you said, okay, they spent the money on Brad Keller, got $11 million, and I know that Ranger got more than that.
Well, you also got $30 million, not even on your team in right field.
You spent $10 million on Adolis Garcia. So there's 10 there and 11 on Keller. So that's $21 million that was wasted.
5-year 130 for Ranger.
All right, so that breaks down 5 years, 130. So you ended up getting him for $26 million. I just found $21 million that you could have put towards Ranger instead of signing Keller and Garcia. Could you have got Ranger to come back here and do what I've been talking about all year, is use him as the third starter, or, I was talking about Skubal before, and then you have Luzardo as your fourth starter who can pitch in the bullpen, and that saves you the $11 million there because you could use Luzardo or Suarez as a bullpen guy in some high leverage situations.
Yeah, because the Phillies offered him the $22 million qualifying offer that he declined prior to getting that big time contract from the Red Sox.
Even if you paid him like $25 million, $1 million less a year than the Red Sox did. Okay, you paid him $25 million. You didn't bring in Garcia, and you started the season. See, I guess they thought Garcia maybe changed the scenery, caught lightning in a bottle, and they got a big year out of him. Obviously, that was a flawed thought. The Keller thing, you can't spend real money on bullpen arms.
No.
You can't just say, here's $10 million, come here and pitch and be the same guy. That's a bad way to try to build a bullpen.
Yeah, because they're so volatile from year to year. That's the problem. You don't know what you're getting from year to year. Alvarado stinks. He was great before the suspension and all that. Like, you just don't know what you're getting out of bullpen pieces. You just don't.
And back to Arise, he's proving himself to really be a rental, right? I mean, maybe you could catch lightning in the bottle.
I'm not going to judge him based on 20 bats.
To me, he's proving himself to be a rental.
Well, McGarry brought it up earlier. There's a reason why he's been on so many different teams. I think the reason he's been on so many different teams is more to do with he just doesn't have a place to play in the field. Now, this year, he has been a better second baseman. But historically, his defensive metrics have not been good. And I think teams are like, look, we don't have any place to play this guy.
Yeah. And listen, it's a nice move. They needed to make it. I get it. But the fact they don't have another starter into this rotation and they're just banking on a couple of starts from Painter, who in AAA, that was, oh, yeah, we're confident Painter out. He pitched like 2 good games, and then he pitched a couple of decent outings here up in the big club. I think it feels like they're mailing it in. It feels like they mailed it in with this roster in the front office. That's what it feels like. If we win, we win. We don't. This is what we got. We paid a lot of guys this money.
Kevin Cooney brought it up yesterday on the show. He wondered if the team said, listen, we're not going for it this year. We're holding on to our prospects, and we're going to take our shot next year.
Oof. Yeah, and then they play. How many games are they going to play next year? That's the problem.
Well, and that was part of his point, that maybe it's not 162, it's only 100 or it's only 80, and then you take your shot in a sprint next year.
Well, and to that point that Cooney made, guy like Aiden Miller, he would have been up here in May with the struggles of Alec Boehm. If he could swing a bat, he'd already be on this team.
Yeah, missing the whole season with back issues. That's not a great sign either for your top prospect.
I think that could end up being one of the biggest stories that emerges from this season is the fact that Aiden Miller had a complete lost season. And what does that do to his development and where he kind of can help this team out moving forward? Think about that. His age, he has missed an entire baseball season.
Yep. Yeah, same. So did Andrew Painter. 2 of your top prospects over the past couple of years have missed time because of injury. 2 of your top guys who you refuse to trade to go for it in certain years with these guys in their prime. Was that the right call?
Time will tell, but it doesn't look good.
Nope. No, it does not. All right, let's move along. Nugget number 2. And let's get a little excited. The 76ers play basketball. What is it? Like 2 months now? You got about 2 months, a little over that, till they get rolling against the New York Knicks on ring night. I just want them to spoil that night so bad. I can't wait for the Sixers season to start. And Tyrese Maxey, he went on a podcast. You know me. I'm into all these podcasts, Mike. I'm always getting the clips, etc. So you don't have to. I was watching this podcast, right, that he went on, and one of the big discussions from this whole thing, LeBron signing and with Jaylen Brown being traded here, was what is VJ Edgecombe's role? And Tyrese Maxey was talking about this on the On the Board podcast. I want you to take a listen to the comparison he made with what VJ may be going through this year. Take a listen.
As soon as we traded for James, I was like, dang, like, I was happy, of course, but I was like, dang, like, what does that mean for me? And one thing I appreciated that I really want to talk about is, him and Joel. As soon as James got there, he pulled me to the side. I was like, don't think that this changes anything for you as far as your development and your progression and your aggressiveness. Like, he was giving me the ball and making me be aggressive. And that's what we're going to do to BJ. Like, I tell BJ, it's been times when we go to games and I look at the stat sheet at halftime and it's 4 shots. I'm like, how is this possible, bro? Like, is this my fault? Because if it is, we got to figure this out. We're not here for you to have 4 shots.
Yeah.
Like, we're not going to win a game like this.
3rd overall pick, boy.
Yeah, bro, what we doing? Come on, man. And I'm pushing. I'm going to continue to push me even this year. Like, well, we all had to, all of our shot attempts drop for sure. And that's, that's perfectly fine. But we're still going to need him to be aggressive. He's a key piece to this.
There you go. So he knows that all their shots are going to drop. And I feel like for mostly everyone we've heard talk, Jaylen Brown, Tyrese Maxey, VJ, they know that their numbers are going to take a little bit of a hit, but it seems like they're all on the same page for the greater good here to go win a title. That's just what I've taken from it.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, you heard Jaylen Brown say, I don't care about scoring, I care about winning. Okay, if you're truthful on that sounds great. Joel, I don't know what Joel, like his mindset is, but when he gets in a game, sometimes it looks like Joel wants to score some nights, and then other nights maybe not as much. But I think Joel has to appreciate the fact that he's got 2 champions playing with him now, something he's never had before. And how will that change? Like, a lot of times when you play on the Olympic team, you're like, hey, your game is completely different. You don't score as much. You don't do as much. You're playing with other great players. So does Joel understand, hey, these 2 guys are here. I don't have to do as much finally. You don't know what they're thinking with, man, look at the guys I have around me. I need to do so much more because these guys, Dominic Barlow's not a scorer. I got, guys who are not big-time scoring options, so I have to do it. But what Maxey said is right. You can't have nights where VJ Edgecombe has 3 shots and then you're just like, dude, what are we doing? Like, it has to be a night-to-night thing, though. It can't be every single game is the same. Some nights you're the guy. Some nights you're the guy. Some nights you're the guy. And I think once they we saw the LeBron James Heat team. They were 11-11 after 22 games.
Yep. And if that happens here, people are going to be up in arms like very quickly, which I could see happening. But it's going to take time for this team to gel. It really is. Like, I know Joel played with LeBron in the Olympics. I know Tyrese Maxey has practiced with LeBron for a long time. VJ's still here. Jaylen Brown's kind of the wild card into this whole entire equation. But guys are going to have to sacrifice some nights. Joel's not going to play every night. And I wonder how Nick Nurse responds to this whole thing, because he has been a coach that hasn't had the same lineup every night throughout his Sixers tenure. And I feel like that's still
in basketball. In basketball, we don't usually think about this a lot because it's always like, who's the best player? Okay, that guy has to score. We don't think about matchups. So on nights where the other team has a good defensive center, maybe Joel's not the center point. On a night where they have a good defensive guy on a wing, maybe that's the night that, hey, we don't look at you as much because their wings are really good. So you can base it on matchups.
It's still LeBron's team, though. I mean, no matter how you slice it, it's still going to be LeBron's
I don't know that
team.
it is LeBron's team.
You don't think
though.
so? When he plays, it's going to be LeBron's team, just by default. I mean, he's LeBron James.
When you say it's going to be LeBron's team, that doesn't mean that LeBron has to score 25 points a
No,
night.
I mean, he can't. He's not capable of that anymore, but it's still going to go
might be.
through. Well, then we're talking about 75
No, but
wins.
when Luka got hurt last year, LeBron kicked it into another gear.
But it's his team. It's going to run through him, right?
Well, he's going to be the point guard, apparently.
Just talking to what Jaylen Brown said at his presser, he can say that all he wants. That sounds nice, but it's still LeBron's team.
Well, and I don't have a problem with saying it's still LeBron's team, but I think it's what the domino effects of it being LeBron's team are. Meaning, LeBron says, hey, guys, I'm only scoring 12 points a game. You guys are going to be the scorers. Tonight's your night. Tonight's your night. Tonight's your night. If he's delegating on whose night it is, that's fine.
Yeah, he's going to be the facilitator. I think that's what we're going to see. I think that, remember, LeBron James has never averaged under 20 points in his entire career. He's never done that. I think this will be the first year that he averages under 20 because of everyone around him. He had Luka, and then Luka got hurt, etc. So he kind of had to step up the scoring.
I've been saying over under 14.5 points per game for LeBron. What do you got?
I mean, he scored over 10. He had that long streak that got broken this season. Well,
he's never averaged under 20.
No.
Right.
So I'm going over under 14.5.
I'll go over.
I say he plays about 55 to 60 games this year. I'll go over.
Okay. I would say slightly over, but I wouldn't say he's 19, I would say he's probably somewhere between 14 and a half, 16 and a half, somewhere in that range.
I would,
Which is where you want him to be.
Yeah, that would be perfect. Now,
Yeah, that's a
what would
sweet spot
VJ
for me.
Edgecombe be? Because remember, I think Embiid's going to miss time. LeBron's going to miss time. But what would I don't know what VJ's going to average, because I think it's going to be fluid, because he's going to probably get a lot of run when those guys are out. And then also because of the other rotations, and he might be a guy that fits in with guys coming off the bench.
Yeah, like back-to-backs. We're not going to see
Sure.
LeBron. We're not going to see Joel.
Yep.
It's going to be the young guys.
For the most part, I mean, I think that this is going to be this is tough, because I don't know that Maxey all of a sudden drops from 28 points a game down to 21 points a game.
No. I still think Maxey's going to get his run, because he's going to play a lot of off ball and he's going to hit a lot of threes. I still think he's going to get his. I think Jaylen Brown's going to get his. I think Jaylen Brown and Tyrese Maxey are going to be the top two scorers no matter what. I think that's going to be clear. It's going to be more than LeBron.
But if Joel is in the shape that he is currently in,
Don't go down this road. Don't go down this road again.
Well, last year Joel was out of shape for the most part, right?
Was it 2 years ago? It was Slim. No, it was Slim B. 2 years. Last year was Slim B.
I think it was last year.
Last
He
year,
looked good.
but he was certainly laboring on that knee.
Yeah.
Like, he did not look like, defensively, he did not look like himself at all. But even on, like, the knee that was not, I don't think was fully healthy early in the year, he looked kind of clunky. He still dominated games where he was scoring like 30 points in a game, and you're like, this guy still can score. His defense was a problem last year.
Yeah.
But this version of Embiid, this slimmed down version, I mean, I don't anticipate that all of a sudden he loses all this weight. He puts all this work into his body, and then all of a sudden he goes down to 12 points a night.
No. I don't think that's going to happen. I think he'll be around 20. I think that would make a lot of sense. I think he'll be around 20 points. I just don't know how many games he's going to play. You know, we get the off-season pictures. You know, Ben Simmons is back putting out videos of him shooting again. Like, this is a good time. This is a good time.
So who you put more stock into? Slim down Joel Embiid,
slim down
jump
Joel.
shooting Ben, or jump shooting Ben Simmons?
Slim down Joel Embiid. It's not even a question. I mean, that dork is really putting out shooting videos again. I mean, what are we doing here? I mean,
he's not even in the league anymore.
2026, and he's putting these out. It's ridiculous.
You see Jay Wright. You see Jay Wright got involved in the Joel Embiid.
Yeah, and the Embiid one. Yeah, I did see that.
Yeah.
He's buying
in. He said, wow, Joel looks. That picture of Embiid, I don't know if it was they called him at a different angle. That one, right, the one that he has the yellow T-shirt on.
Looks real good.
He almost looks sick in that picture.
I wonder what he's taking.
Like Ozempic.
I wonder what he's taking.
Yeah.
Ozempic Embiid.
Yeah, somebody's
Ozembiid.
texted and he's on Joe Zempic.
Ozembiid.
No, and
Joe Zempic.
You know what? Him doing that, it's going to prolong his career, right? I mean, if he loses
the picture yesterday with the yellow shirt on.
Yeah, that was.
He looked really
now that one
skinny.
really stunned me, Mike.
I thought it was Manute Bol.
Bol.
Yeah, this one right here.
Oh man.
Yeah, look at that picture with the yellow shirt on.
I can't see it when you guys show me, but I know what picture you're talking about.
Yeah.
Peachy versus technology this time. All right, guys.
All
there
right.
you go. Here are the Nugs.
There's the Nugs.
See ya.
Hey, have a good final locker room. I won't see you.
I appreciate that. Yeah. See ya.
I'll see you on Monday.
Saturday. See you in the locker room.
Yep.
Phillies lose, 7-1.
Phillies lose 7-1.
Yep.
Final Nuggets in the locker room this Saturday from 10 to 12 on 97.3 ESPN. So make sure you tune in. I'm sure that'll be a fun show. And then Nick and Pete will be in for me on Monday at Ocean Casino. We got the final hour live. Dave Gallagher joins me on the other side. What is he seeing from this Phillies team? Are they out of gas? Stick around. That's next. Live on the show. We're live here at the Sliders Bar at Urie's in Wildwood. Well, the game is over, but we're recapping it now. Dave Gallagher spent 9 years in the majors, and he joins us to break it all down, talk about what's happening with this Phillies team. And they get swept in St. Louis. They're going to head out to Iowa for the Field of Dreams game, so they get a day off with Friday. They play tomorrow, the day off on Friday. And they look like a team, Dave, that needs it. You ever been on a team that just needed a day off, just needed to get away for a day or two?
Mike, I don't know. I think they need more than a day off. That was bad today. That really was. I mean, it's compounding, but think of our conversations. I really think Dombrowski pushed all his eggs in one basket towards, okay, these top three starters will win the bulk of their game. And if we can win once in a while with number 4 and 5, we'll be in the playoffs. And once we get to the playoffs, we got our top three. We can compete with anybody, and we can hit at times. They just have to hope they hit in the playoffs. Well, guess what? Now I don't know how many times this year they've lost back-to-back games with Wheeler and Sanchez starting. It can't be too many times. Most likely has happened, but they weren't counting on this. This is not a good look.
No, and I would ask you on that. I mean, Wheeler did not look great today. I mean, he got hit around a little bit. Do you start to worry about Wheeler at all, or just, he had a bad outing? Because 2 outings ago we were talking about his velocity being down. Then he seemed to bounce back a little bit. But did you watch him today and say, I don't know that he's a sure thing right now?
That's exactly how I feel. I mean, look, he's had a hell of a year, and everybody deserves to have an off game here or there. But he's kind of had a couple of them. I think 2 out of the last 3 were not great. And I would kind of look away from that and look more at why did you not grab some starter depth? Because this is holding your breath, hoping everything works out. That nobody gets hurt, nobody starts sliding a little bit and has to recover and come back, and that's what we're looking at with Wheeler right now. Painter's been a shot in the arm that they've needed. That's a good sign. He's pitched much better, and it's not by chance. Like, he's doing some things different. That's encouraging, and man, they're going to need that. But I don't know. I look back at the situational hitting, and it's just been all year. It's not good. It's hard to put your finger on. But think about when the Rise showed up, it became very quickly clear what the Phillies have been missing. If you just sprinkle in a couple guys that can do what he does, it almost looks like when you're not getting the job done situationally, it looks very selfish. And I'm not sure that it's selfish. I just think it's like you got to work on it. Like, man on second, you got to know how to. If you're lefty, you got to turn on the ball.
Yeah.
If you're righty, you got to drag the barrel and go the other way. And you get the bonus if it gets through and you get an RBI. But you got to be able to move your runners. Years ago when I played on the Angels, Doug Rader was the manager. We struggled with runner on third, less than 2 outs as a team. And he called early practice out on the field, and he was not happy. And called us in and said, we're going to make small groups of, 5, I think, throughout the outfield, all of the position players. And we're going to play pepper. You're going to choke up on the bat. You're going to put the barrel on the ball. Like, that was, I felt like I was 10 years old. But I know the point he was making is, come on, like, you cannot strike out constantly with a runner on third and less than 2 outs. And it actually made matters worse because when you were on deck and that situation came up, as man on third, it was almost like you didn't want to get up because, here's that situation we've been screwing up. It became a mental thing, like everything else in hitting.
And everything else in this game, right?
Yeah.
So when you see a Rise, everybody is at wit's end with Long. I mean, the hitting coach is always the problem. And then a Rise comes here and everybody's like, see, soon as Kevin Long gets his hands on him, it's not like you come to a new team and then all of a sudden you change your swing and your approach and everything. But are you watching a Rise and seeing anything that you're like, something's not added up here? Is he just in a little bit of a, because he got off to a good start here?
Yeah, I mean, he's lifting balls.
it'd be like me trying to lift too often. When I say lift, I don't think I personally, I'm just going on my career, that I had a right to lift the ball unless it was, certain situation. Man, I'm third left and 2 out. Now I'm going to elevate the ball. So I'm going to look for pitch up, and I'm purposely going to get something in the air. And I was good at that. But for me to just simply lift and try to drive the ball out of the ballpark, the percentages were not in my favor. So I didn't feel like I had a right to do that. If there's anything that's jumping out at me now, it's he's elevating balls. And even when he makes good contact, he's not the guy. He's not Schwarber. They're not going to carry out of the ballpark. But I don't think it's going to last very long. His swing is very short.
Okay.
He uses the entire field. He will bounce back. But here's what stands out to me about Urie. When he showed up, there was this boost in positive energy. You could see it as a fan. They could feel it as a team. And I was thinking, he's going to rub off on some guys. And he's going to help some hitters, Crawford, Scott, and not even lefties. It could be anybody, right? That was my thought. They're going to see it. They're going to see how he uses the whole field. He puts the ball in play. He doesn't strike out that much. I think it's been the other way around. that the team is wearing off on him because his enthusiasm seems to have disappeared all of a sudden. And that quote of misery loves company.
Oh, geez.
I've lived that. I've lived that in baseball. You think if everybody's failing, well, it doesn't look so bad when I do. And that's a horrible place to be as a team that's trying to, be a championship team. So I hope that they don't go down that path and drag him down that same path.
Well, I got a lot of questions that I want to get. I know we got short time here, so let's rip off a couple thoughts that I've had this week, and I want to get your take. Dave Gallagher spent 9 years in the majors. One, you move Bohm to the 8-hole. I'm of the opinion, if you've moved him down to 8, why not just put Hill in right field, move Harper back to first base? Is that something that you can envision possibly being something that they could do, and would you be thinking about that at this point?
Yeah, I don't think they have a choice now. That Harper, it's obvious, is limping. And the camera went to him during the game and showed Mattingly and Watson reacting to his limp. It was obvious.
Yeah.
Okay. He had to run and make a sliding catch in right center. And he came up limping after that. I think he's got something bothering his knee.
Yeah, there have been reports that something's up with his knee.
Yeah, so that's going to be what they do, and they're going to do it right away. You watch tomorrow, because having the off day Friday, they're going to try to buy 2 days off with that knee, and maybe off is DHing, but it wouldn't shock me if he doesn't play at all tomorrow. To give him 2 days, actually a third day. I don't know, I'm assuming Saturday's a night game, so that gives you really 3 full days of being off of it before you have to play.
Yeah.
So I think that will happen.
And, Dave, right? Hill's an outstanding outfielder. So, he's a better outfielder than Harper is. And at this point, you're hitting Bohm 8. You might as well just say, you know what? Let's have a better defense. And if Hill gives us anything offensively, great.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. He's not going to hurt you on defense. He's been, and you can at least ride out the fact that he has sparked the team several times. Do I think he's an everyday player at the major league level? Well, it's kind of late in the game for him to become that. I was that, though. I did it at 27 years old. I became an everyday player for about 4
And he,
5
like
years.
you, was a first-round pick. So, the talent's there.
Yeah.
By the way, a 2-time first-round pick for you.
That's right. That's right. I don't know why. What the hell they were looking at. But, yeah, you know what, Mike? I have a brother, an older brother that's much bigger than me in natural strength, just a good bigger brother to have, and especially go through school a few years before you, and then nobody messes with you, But I saw the scouting report. They came to see me at a local JUCO, and on the scouting report, it says, has bigger brother. And you know what they're thinking. They're trying to project me, so they're thinking I'm going to continue growing to 6'3" and, and be cut out of stone. But, yeah, but I do think he does bring things that Bohm does not. And
he has a lot of speed.
Yeah, and Bohm I don't think is in their plan.
No,
I think they.
Well, Urie makes it first base today. Bohm has that look on his face, like I know I'm not coming back next year. and I don't want to be playing first base or what. I just looks like he just disinterested almost at times. And look, I've not been the biggest Bohm hater in the world, but I could see when he's struggling, and he struggles at first. He's hitting eighth. How about trying to get a little – I would rather just play the better defensive player who can give me a spark. Now, that being said, I also understand I probably can't play Hill every day, so I probably mix De La Cruz in there with him.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. I mean, they need something, right? They need that shot in the arm. And, Bohm is good at driving in runs. I know that's been well documented, but he also is very good at hitting in the double plate. So that's the downside of an approach that is middle opposite. So it gives you a lot. It gives you a lot because you see all pitches. You stay on off speed better when that's your pre-pitch thought. But you also use the middle of the field when the ball's not in the air. A lot of double plays because he can't run a lick. So Hill would provide that. He provides stolen bases. When they're at their best, this team, when they are at their best, Hill would be great to come off the bench.
Yeah,
he really would. Like the spot starts here and there. What he did the other night.
Much like when Sosa gets a spot start at shortstop the other night, he rips a gapper. He gives you a little. Sosa gives you that spark. When he's playing left field every other day, that's not the same spark.
I agree with you. That's what I mean about that, having some strength in their bench. And they've gone basically the whole year without having a strong bench. I mean, Stubbs on the bench is just – that's like a sin. I just can't get over that. I mean, he seems like a really nice guy, but we're not talking about nice guys right now. We're something that can give you production off of the bench. And that there's no excuse for that. To me, that's putting together the roster. And, I mentioned it on X the other day that I think Rob Thompson and Don Mattingly really got dealt a bad deck, and they're left spinning in the wind. That's the words I chose to use. And I think Dombrowski's got to be accountable for this.
Yeah.
By the way, I know that Mattingly took heat, and probably rightfully so, for Sanchez being pulled at 89 pitches. And I was watching that game, and I remember thinking when Sanchez got out of that inning, wow, they're going to get another inning out of him. And I knew how important that would be. Even if he just started that next inning and gave up a couple hits or walked and had to be taken out, when you have a bullpen like this bullpen and you're trying to bridge to Duran, every out is a meaningful out. And that struck me like, I didn't realize he was not coming back out. I was curious to see McMullen, but a lot of people don't realize, when I saw the post-game interview with Mattingly, what he said, and then highlights later, I saw what Sanchez said. The guy that's part of that equation, without a doubt, is JT. So the manager is always going to go to the catcher because he knows the pitchers are competitors. They were groomed to be. It's in their DNA, and they don't. Rarely does a guy say, "Yeah, I got to come out of this game." It's not a good reputation to have. So most times, a manager will go to the catcher. Nobody will know better than JT. Is he losing his stuff? What's his body language? Is his ball still cutting? Is it running? Can we get him through another inning? And I'm sure JT gave him an answer. I'm surprised nobody went to JT.
That's a great point.
Posting.
Yeah.
And asked him that.
That's a great point because you're right. Mattingly said, I don't want to pull him out there too, but he was kind of done. And then Sanchez fires back with, I never would ask to come out of a game. It was a joint decision. So that you brought in maybe the joint part of it of there was a third guy who said, I don't know that his stuff's still there. That being said, you kind of led me to where I wanted to go, which is the bullpen. How difficult is it? You probably, I'm sure you've been on a team where the bullpen's not great. How difficult is it from night to night when you have to manage a bullpen when you don't have enough bullets in that gun?
Hey, Mike, can you help me out here? It's a little embarrassing. What is the pitching coach's name?
Caleb Cotham.
I thought it was Caleb. Okay.
Yes.
So I want to tell you what I did personally. So this is kind of an admittance that, my whole career, I was a hitter, a position player. And then I finished my career and I kind of get into coaching immediately, all different levels. From the little kids, my local town asked me to do the all-star team. That was fun. But then it was I just kept stepping up, high school, then college, then pro ball. And when I got to college, I had to learn the game from third base coach's box because it was different. I never saw it through those eyes. And then I made in my mind, an inexcusable mistake with the pitchers. I was playing a midweek game. We fell behind around midway through the game, a fifth or sixth inning. We were down about 7-0. And I just said, okay, I'm not giving up another good arm. I need those arms for 2 doubleheaders, regional games on the weekend. So I basically said, I'm going to sacrifice this game. And I brought in a lefty who you're going to think I'm kidding, but he topped out at 78, 79 miles an hour. But somehow he kept us. I think he gave up 1 or 2 runs, and then we rallied. And it led me to a quote: "You never know which run is going to beat you. You don't. Not while you're playing. You got to keep coaching. You got to make the moves to make sense." Well, I didn't. And I started focusing. We got a rally. Went up by 2 runs in the bottom of the 8th. I should have had my closer up, and I didn't. I was focused on, do I change anybody on defense? I'm focused on that before I know it. The same guy is out on the mound for me. And that's when I realized, get my closer up, which is way too late now. He's jumping up, getting loose, trying to stretch, starts to throw, walk, hit by pitch, pop out, trip. It seemed like in 3 minutes. And I'm looking down at the pen saying, hurry up. So here's what I decided to do. And I'm saying this because maybe it would make sense to do this with Caleb. I took the team down the right field line, and I took full responsibility for that loss. That's 100% on me. Geoff, you did your job. You kept us in the game. I blew it. And Brian, you're our closer. I should have had you up in time, and you could have closed this out for a win. From this point forward, my pitching coach, Randy, is making all pitching decisions. And I said, it just makes sense. He's down there with these guys every day. He's in the bullpen. He knows whose arm is bothering him. They trust him. He knows whose stuff is on, who's confident, who is not. And he has his finger on the pulse of every one of those guys. Why would it not be the pitching coach making pitching changes unless you're a pitching guy that becomes the manager?
Well, and it's interesting you bring this up, too, because Mattingly has answered questions after games many times where he has essentially said, I don't know anything about pitching, right? I mean, he's literally come out and said that.
You're right. Now, Don's been around. You don't want to throw another guy under the bus as a staff member, but I would come right out and say it. You're right. He has said that, but I would just continue down that path and say, I think we're a better team and we'll make better decisions if Caleb makes all pitching decisions. I will finalize them. That's how you take the heat off of that pitching coach. So if things are going south, it still falls on your shoulders. You have to take that responsibility. But you can say to everybody, the media, the fans, here's the logic I'm using. This man knows they still have to execute the pitch, right? He can make the right moves and call on the right guys, and they have an off day. It's not Caleb's fault. It's not Don's fault. But as far as making those decisions, when to pull a guy, when that pitching coach has trusted, I might be able to get 2 innings out of this guy. He sees their eyes. He sees what they look like when they've lost their confidence and when they gain confidence. I just think that was a no-brainer for me, and it worked for us. That was the right thing to do. And I also think that the team appreciated me taking responsibility and saying, now I'm one of you guys. That was a bad decision on my part, so I'm going to own it. I'm with you. We're together in this,
Well, that said, they pull Sanchez. They go to Alex McFarland, who is has 1 game under his belt. He ends up walking the first guy. But did you like what you saw from him enough to say, maybe they got a guy that can actually help this bullpen?
Yeah. So I'll use this as an example. I'm a Chiefs fan. So Patrick Mahomes comes up, right, and holds the clipboard the entire year until the final game of the season. And it just, everybody knew he had talent, like enormous amount of talent, but yet they let him get that experience. And Andy Reid knew enough. Let's go with Alex Smith and Patrick. We don't want to ruin him. We don't want him to, wet the bed and all of a sudden the fans turn on him and all of that. So I think they were trying to wait on this Farland because the stuff is good. That first pitch he threw, he spiked it into the ground. And I remember thinking, my God, I couldn't even breathe my first time up. I took a batting practice swing pregame my first day in the big league. I was standing on the side of the Turtle during BP, and I walked right into the back swing of one of the coaches hitting fungo. Think about that, Mike. You think about it. All my life I took batting practice, and you knew not to step in front of the coach hitting ground balls, but my head was in the clouds. He hit me right across the ribs in the backswing, and he goes, "Oh, David, are you all right?" If I had a rib stick out of my chest, I would have said I was all right, because that would have been embarrassing. Can you imagine going on a DL before you played in a game? So, yeah, he smoked me, and that just tells you sometimes, like, what you look like outwardly is not what's going on inside. His stuff was fantastic, right? And I think we saw a glimpse of that. That's a shame. Like, some guys, if you can just get a couple spring trainings with the big league club under your belt, and then you get eased into it, all of that helps. Bigger crowd, it means something. Now you're getting paid a lot different, but I got to hold on to it, or I'm not getting paid. I'm going back to that minor league pay. So it puts a different kind of stress on you. But I think they got something in him for sure.
Well,
I don't know how they'll use it.
Yeah, I didn't mind it. Like, listen, if Sanchez was done or not done, I'm not here to litigate that. But I like the fact that they gave him the first, like, hey, nothing game in the seventh. It's your game, dude. Because I think they don't have another high leverage guy. They need to find out if he can be a high leverage guy. So I didn't have a problem with him being the guy they went to in that spot.
I'm with you. They got to find out. Now's the time. They dropped the ball. I'm saying they dropped the ball. Okay, they got Rayleigh and Killian. I do think Rayleigh's going to pan out. I do. I know he got touched up a little bit in his first outing, but I love the pace he pitches with. He gets it and throws it with conviction. I wasn't a pitcher, but I love that coaching.
Yeah.
There's a guy that wants the ball. He's not afraid. He's getting after it. He's attacking. As opposed to Alvarado, ball one, ball two, roll your eyes, look down and pick up the rosin. There's something else that's bothering me. It's not me. Got to be something else. It's causing me to walk. He did it again today. He walked. I think he got an out, then walked two guys, and then gave up a hit. And it's like, now they got to come out and get him. I don't even know what you say to him at this point.
Well, the last thing I will ask you today, and this will be our last conversation on the radio. I will be away all next week. We're going to the World Series. We leave tomorrow, so this will be the last time I get to talk to Dave. It is August the 12th. Give our listeners a little insight on what a major leaguer is feeling on August the 12th when you still have a month and a half left to go to the finish line.
I think they know
that team today looked like they wishing it was September 12th.
Yeah, and that's not good, because the next stage after that is complete selfishness, playing for yourself. And I would contend that sometimes they look like that all year. You got to start to look different in your approach if you really are trying to be a championship team. When they're playing against a lot of these teams, we see it in their opponents. Even teams that have less talent seem to do more fundamental things. Speaking of fundamentals, do their bullpen pitchers know how to hold runners?
Oh,
and I've been on JT.
And you've been bringing up the JT stuff, and the throw today, high, last night, wide.
Right. I just, like, I know Duran closers a lot of times, like, they're funny because as a pitching coaches don't want their pitchers to be talked to about stuff like that. It doesn't pertain to actually executing a pitch, especially a closer. The closer's job, dominate. We're not going to worry about holding runners because there's not going to be too many runners that get on. And that is the case with Duran, but he can't hold a runner. So if somebody gets on, if he hits somebody, an infield low grounder gets on a base hit, a walk, they're stealing second. They got second. That's not good. But for the rest of the staff to be similar, that's not good. And that's just fundamental. Bryce getting doubled off on the ball. Was it 2 days ago? The line drive that Rise hit, and it ended the inning. They challenged it, and Bryce got called off. He went back standing. That can't happen. I just got back from teaching 15-year-olds. And, Mike, it's this. Everybody always says first, second, wherever you're running, check the outfield depth. Okay, that's been since you were in Little League. Like, that's easy. The tougher thing, but more advanced, is when you're on first base, know where the first baseman is when he's behind you. Is he straight behind you? Is he playing to the pull side, to the line? Is he off to your right, like he's playing a right-hander to come that way, and you're off the line? Because then you use your body off of your secondary. You land on your secondary, ball gets smacked, and if I know the guy, the first baseman, is playing straight behind me, and I know that because of the secondary I've taken the previous pitch, well, a ball that's hit right at me is going to be caught. It's not freeze, it's get back. If the guy's playing, hugging the line, and it's hit straight at me, I'm running. I don't have to wait to see if it gets through. Like, these are fundamentals that can be taught. Some teams are good at it. They're good at dirt ball reads. I see that with the Phillies, too. Ball bounces 10, 11 feet away from the catcher, and they're not advancing. You don't need foot speed to advance on a dirt ball that bounces 10 or 11 feet from a catcher.
Yeah.
You just simply need to be paying attention. I know. I get frustrated because that's not just the Phillies. That's the game of baseball. I hate it when basic fundamentals are not paid attention to.
We shall see. The playoffs started today. The Phillies would be out. They are currently a half game out of the wild card with that 7-1 loss. So it is the most games this season in baseball that the team has scored 1 run or less for the 28th time. They lose today 7-1. Dave Gallagher, everybody, always teaches us something, and I always look forward to it. We're off next week, but we will catch up with you soon, Dave. We always appreciate it, man.
All right, Mike. Take care.
All right, I'll see Dave in a little bit, and we'll talk more baseball, get a chance to talk shop with Dave. When we come back, it's today's Phillies Fastball. We'll take a look. Oscar thinks about what things could happen as the team goes to Iowa for the Field of Dream game. That's coming up next on Sports Pass Live on 97.3 ESPN. We are live today at Urie's in Wildwood, and the dining room is now filling up. Yeah, they got a great dinner crowd going. If you're looking for a place to go for dinner tonight in the Wildwood area, check out Urie's right at the foot of the bridge in Wildwood. Social. Don't forget, Ventnor Social will be there on the 26th of August. Today, we're at Urie's in Wildwood. Sorry, I was in the other room taking a look at all the T-shirts. So we had the poll earlier on our Instagram on what T-shirt I should go for. So one of the workers here said, "Come with me." I got the mother load of T-shirts in this room. Well, I was over there looking at T-shirts. So apparently I missed the return there, but I'm back. Phillies fastball. Oscar, I took a break just like the Phillies did today. It appears that they just did not want to be there today. And if we reach that point of the year where the Phillies look like they are tired and maybe need a day off, if they don't get one tomorrow, they're going to be in Iowa.
Mike, it feels like this team has not been playing at all cylinders since the All-Star break. We've lost 6 out of 8 series since the All-Star break. I mean, this team, look, when you look at Zach Wheeler and you see that over the llast 4 outings, he's 0-2 with a 7.63 ERA. And you lose back-to-back series with your 2 best pitchers with Sanchez and Wheeler. It is troublesome. It is troublesome, and I don't know where this will end up. This team needs to start picking up the pieces. You're having fun over there, huh?
Yeah, we are having a little fun. Well, see, we had a little thing on what T-shirt I should get. So the people are like showing me T-shirts.
All
I went with the
right.
Phillies baby blue here.
Powder blue, I love it.
It's got the flag on the back there with the crabs. Look at that.
That looks pretty cool. I like that. By the way, that's my favorite Phillies uniform.
The people in the crowd, some of the people are showing the T-shirts that we went into this room and found like all these T-shirts that people are now buying here. Yeah, so
love it.
But we were all watching the Phillies game here, and everybody's watching, Zach Wheeler, and there's some people asking, "Hey man, should we start to worry about Wheeler?" What'd you see from Zach Wheeler today?
Look, his velocity was 1 mile. Slower than what it normally is. His whiff rate was not as effective. It was 1 inning, Mike. That 5th inning was awful. 6 runs or whatever, 5 runs he allowed there. That was not a good inning for him. He got 2 very quick outs, and then look, there's some hitters. Like Walker and like Burleson on this team. They can hit. They can hit. That's the bottom line. And to me, it's a combination of things. Wheeler did not have a good inning, and you got to give it to the guys. They hit well. The other thing are hitting. Over the last 2 games, 1 for 15 with runners in scoring position, and the only one that we were able to get in was that double from Arise that finally he get out of the streak. He goes 1 for 4 with a double and drives in that run. This team needs to start playing better baseball, and better fielding, better hitting, and more timely pitching to be able to go to somewhere. And look, it looks like they're looking over right now.
Oscar, don't forget the defense. The first run of the game is scored because Bohm just absolutely boots a ball. And I'm starting to wonder about holding runners on and JT throwing. They're taking off first pitch on these guys. JT's throwing high, wide. It doesn't feel that he's the same weapon behind the plate.
Yesterday, the game was tied. You couldn't. I can't believe we missed again with runners on second and third and just not being able to bring guys in. But what we've been seeing all along is that this team, McFarland comes to pitch, and what happens? He allows that he doesn't hold the runner properly, and then the guy takes off, and that's a winning run basically there. And then you have the opportunity to tie the game with the bases loaded and Arise with no outs, and Luis Arise at home plate, and they get you a double play to the home plate. I'm telling you. And today the same thing happened with March. Men on third with 1 out. You have to hit a fly ball. A sacrifice fly ball at worst. The guy strikes out again.
Okay, so I'm glad you're on here because I want to get your take on the Sanchez response to Mattingly. We always wonder when Diego has to translate, is he leaving any key details out of it?
Diego likes to romance. Diego likes to polish some things along the way.
That's what I'm wondering. So I'm wondering if you're listening to Sanchez and hearing a little different story than what Diego's given us.
No, I don't think so. With Sanchez, he's a pretty straight shooter. He's a team player. He'll do whatever it takes from the team standpoint.
So for the listeners out there, Mattingly says that, he was cooked. He was gassed. It was apparent he couldn't go anymore and that he kind of made it known. And Sanchez is saying through Diego, I never said that.
Yeah, he never said that. I mean, look, it's missing in translation. What was the name of that movie? I mean, losing in translation or
Lost in
something.
translation,
I
yes.
mean, look, Sanchez doesn't want to go out. I think the guys are seeing the clock. They're seeing his pitch location, and they're making the decision between him and Cawthon that it's time for Sanchez to go out. I mean, in no way or form you want Sanchez going out for McFarland and wanting to put the kid out there in such a tough situation, game 0-0, and then putting the game on the line on his entire shoulder. So, look, it happened. You lose 2 games in a row with your best 2 starters, and this is problematic. And I think, I mean, one concern that I have with Mattingly is everything is rosy, right? I mean, look, we didn't play good baseball. We're going to play better tomorrow. No, dude, you got to step up. But you're going to say, look, this team is either going to play better baseball or we're going to be out of the race quicker than.
To be fair, that was one of the complaints about Thompson, was that he was always too laid back and he was too positive.
Look, I mean, the Diamondbacks and the Phillies, right? I mean, the Phillies are half game, as you said before. The Padres, I'm watching the Padres game. They're in the 6th inning, losing to the Brewers 2-1 in San Diego. And then the other game, I think they were losing by a couple of runs, the Diamondbacks. But it's not the time to be watching that. We're just playing so bad, Mike. I mean, you cannot lose back. I mean, look at this. Wheeler in 72 starts. This is the 2nd time that he loses 2 games back-to-back. 71 starts. I mean, it's unheard of. I mean, we're not hitting. I mean, Arias needs to get going. I just don't see this lineup complementing each other. I think he needs to make some changes to his lineup, to be honest with you. It's just
all right. Well, what about we all seemingly were like, hey, this Arias in the 4-hole. That seems to be like we didn't like it at first. And we're like, hey, but what about now?
The only thing you like about that is that he's protecting Harper. That's the only thing that you like about that. But he's a guy that needs to get on base. I mean, he's a guy, he was hitting today. I had the number here. He was hitting like 170. I mean, coming into today, which is, I mean, unheard of. I mean, with a guy with that quality, I mean, it's like, look, he needs to hit better. The team needs to do a much better job than what they're doing so far. And look, I'm concerned. I am concerned. I am very, very concerned. I mean, today, Schwarber 0-for-4 with 2 strikeouts. Turner 0-for-4. Harper 1-for-2. Arias 1-for-4. Look, you got to hit. I mean, you got to do a better. And the problem, Mike, and I think you mentioned it yesterday. Yesterday we were talking about Palante. Today we're talking about a new guy. I mean, these guys are not known. These guys are not elite pitchers. I mean, they're good pitchers, but they're not elite pitchers. And we're positioning them like we're hitting. I mean, we're going against Tariq Skubal or something like that.
By the way, to the point on Zach Wheeler, I'm about to put a stat on the video screen. 5 innings, 5 runs, 4 earned, 7.63 ERA over his last 4 starts, 13 earned runs. Yeah. Yikes.
That's what I just mentioned. I mean, look, and some of our dear friends out there, they're putting Casey Mize and Robbie Ray. They got 2. I mean, the Padres the Padres played like the lottery. Right? At the last minute, they came in and they walked in and they rob you. I mean, Robbie Ray, and Casey Mize. I mean, come on, guys. I mean, we needed one more starter. And now, look, can you believe that the only win that we got in St. Louis was when Painter was starting? I mean, that's the only win we got.
Yep.
We lose with Sanchez and we Wheeler.
It looks like a team that needs a day off, and they don't have one. They don't have a day off.
They'll have one tomorrow in a couple of days. So they'll have one
Friday.
in a couple of days.
Yeah, Friday they'll be off when they go to Iowa tomorrow. There is weather in the forecast in Iowa, so we'll see. Maybe they can get the rain. This could be like Field of Dreams. What movie was that with Kevin Costner and Bull Durham? Bull Durham when they flooded the field out because they needed a day off so bad, and they put the sprinkler system on the night before. Oscar, of course, our Phillies fastball. The Phillies lose today 7-1. And by the way, if the playoffs were to start today, the Phillies would be out currently with the loss to
90% precipitation tomorrow in the Iowa area. Oh yes. My God.
So all right, man. Well, I am off for a little while. Phillies fastball will be back though. With the guys filling in, Josh and Nick on Monday. So you'll have more Phillies fastball. Oscar will be here But when I get back, I will catch back up with you. We'll see where the Phillies are when I get back, man.
I hope hope we're standing in that second place, Mike, in the wild card.
All right, man.
Take it easy, brother. Have fun with the team. Good luck.
Thank you, man. Oscar Budishin, Phillies Fastball, brought to you by Ventnor Social, the place to catch every Phillies game. 20 big screen TVs. Enjoy great food and drink. Visit their Facebook for more up-to-date info on specials and when the Sports Bash is live on location. In Ventnor, 6417 Ventnor Avenue in Ventnor. Real quick, I want to tell you about my friends over at the Branches Outreach. You know, one of the things I love most about the strong community that we live in here and where we are today, Cape May County, is that people show up for one another. That's exactly what happens every day at Branches Outreach in Cape May County. Their team, volunteers, donors, and community partners work together to provide meals, stock pantry shelves. They do it all. They distribute clothing and personal care items. And they're looking for your help right now to keep the branches moving. Visit thebranchesoutreach.org to make a donation today and help strengthen the community that you live in. All right, when we come back, it is today's Do You Remember? Things that happened on this day, August the 12th in Philly and sports history. Stick around. More Sports Bash coming up.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Do I have everybody's attention now?
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
The 5 o'clock hour of the Sports Bash is brought to you by Cross County Connection, providing fare-free transportation across southern New Jersey. For details, call 856-229-7571 or visit driveless.com. All right, do you remember things that happened on this day, August the 12th? It's brought to you by my friends over at Key Acura of Atlantic City. Rocco and the team, we've been telling about you, consistency matters, and it's exactly what you'll find at Key Acura of Atlantic City. My friend Rocco and his team have built a loyal fan base. They got repeat customers all driving the great Acura cars. If you want an Acura, Team Acura backs it with outstanding customer service. Go see for yourself. Ask for Rocco. Tell Mike Hill from the Sports Bash sent you. Key Acura of Atlantic City, the small but friendly dealer. Tilton Road, EHD, online, Key Acura, AtlanticCity.com. All right, you guys ready? Here we go. On this day, yes, 2020. Sports happened in 2020. Do you remember a little bit?
So I
The
remember the
Flyers
Philly
beat
season
the Canadians 2-1 in the bubble in the playoff opener
Carter Hart.
during the COVID season.
Jake Arrieta pitched a perfect game that day for the Phillies.
Carter Hart, 27 saves. Jake Voracek and Joel Farabee had the game winner.
Wow.
The Flyers win 2-1 in the bubble. We had hockey in August, on August the 12th.
On 97.3
day.
ESPN.
Yeah, on this day, 2013, Charlie Manuel wins his 1,000th career game. It was his 799th game in Philadelphia as the manager of the Philadelphia Phillies. Also on this day in 2011, John Kruk goes onto the Wall of Fame. He says, "I'm not an athlete, lady. I'm a baseball player." He was the 33rd member on the wall. On this day, 2021, it was the Field of Dreams game. The Yankees scored 4 in the top of the ninth on 2 homers by Aaron Judge and Giancarlo Stanton. Tim Anderson hit a walk-off homer into the cornfield behind the fence for the White Sox 5 years ago. I remember watching that game. We were in Jamestown, New York. The whole hotel was sitting there watching that game.
Now it's just the circle, the perfect circle coming right back around.
And I am leaving for Jamestown tomorrow morning. So tomorrow night, it is the Field of Dreams game, the Phillies and
Twinkies.
The Twins. It's Taj Bradley getting the start. Hey, that's it for us here today at Urie's in Wildwood. Dan the Man hooked us up with cool T-shirts there. As always, we appreciate everybody here at Urie's all summer long. Stop out. Great crowd as always. Got the great dining room over there. And, of course, you can get one of these great T-shirts for the people watching on YouTube. Don't forget, stop outside to hit the live music all day. You got the baseball on the big screen. You got the Sliders bar. They got playoff and Eagles Saturday right here at Urie's. Have a great happy hour on the Phillies tomorrow. Field of Dreams.